The jazzy sound of Gran Turismo 4 there. Good evening, welcome to the stream. I am your host, Swishbone, for the remainder of the evening. And for those of you who've never been here before, we like to mostly play our games blind and give our reactions live in the chat box over in that direction. But this isn't a blind playthrough. This is a return to my college university days where I would spend my days grinding cars and generally having an absolute blast. For those of you who've never been here before, say chat box in that direction, get your comments in there, I'll do what I can to interact. For those of you who've been here before, whether you watch me get through that very sappy and very sickening romantic moments at the end of Wild Arms 2 the other night, maybe you've been here watching me get my butt kicked on Shin Megami Tensei 4, or you've been watching all the Danganronpa games, the Persona games, all the weird streams like Doki Doki Literature Club with Manuel Samuel, or even the really old school streams like Final Fantasy 7 and Forza 4, a colossal, gigantic welcome back to all of you. Going on there for Joe, instantly getting very enthusiastic. It's Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and then, well, it's the weekend, and that's all that matters. Welcome to the stream, how are you doing? Also, Queen saying hi to the pair of us, so good evening to you as well. Now, tonight, I want to go and endure it. I want to take on one of the endurance races, and the one I want to do is the Grand Valley Speedway, 300 kilometers. But before I do get into that, you might have noticed it in the chat, there's a little poll. Yes, I'm wanting you people to get involved to decide what of the 4 games we are playing. There's 4 choices available for you. We've got Alice Madness Returns to the Xbox 360, Sea of Stars, a brand new JRPG on the PlayStation 5, RE4 Remake with the new forthcoming Ada DLC Separate Ways, which apparently releases next week. And then they've also got Devil May Cry 2, the next entry in the free 60 list. So get your comments in there, get your votes in, and we'll do what we can to decide what we're going to play. Now, the car I decided I'm going to take on the endurance race in is the Opel Calibra Touring Car. I don't think there's much I'm going to be able to change on this car, because I get the feeling a lot of it's going to be already racing modified. No, I can put some nitrous in, but let's not do that. That's a bit silly. Yep, they're all racing parts. What about the turbos? Oh, we can increase the power. Either to 517 horsepower or to 622. Let's go big or go home. Hey, not bad as I say. It's a good choice either way. So I'm excited to play either of those 4 games. They're all ones I've heard very good things about. Obviously, one of them I've technically played already. So as I say, do feel free to decide. And don't rush your decision. You've got all evening, people. Take it easy. Don't rush. So we've got super hard tyres on, and for that we are going to be on our way to the endurance event. Yes, we're doing one of these races first time. Just noticed Exeter in there jumping in saying hi to everybody. Well, good evening to you as well. I've only just seen you actually. How are you doing? Hope we've been all been okay. I certainly have. Now that I've been able to put behind me the very sappy, wonderfully romantic scenes between Ashley and Marina, which Avian really loved watching during the Wild Arms 2 stream. Avian was a huge fan. I'm not being sarcastic at all. Oh, no. Sea of Stars, Avian. From what I understand, it's a game that came out last month on PlayStation 5. And check this out, there's 3 Opel touring cars. Opel desperately want to win this race, don't we, people? Opel, aka Vauxhall, want this championship here. It's a game, Sea of Stars. It's very similar to Chrono Trigger, apparently, and it came out last month. It's a brand new game. I've got it downloaded on my PS5, but I've not yet played it. Get out of my way. It's a touring car race. I'm allowed to rub against anybody. Yes, actually there was, Avian. It was very much implied that that was going on, wasn't it? We didn't want to say too much about it. Oh, right, I'm going to take him here. Oh, maybe not. That was very good cornering from the Tartar. But I've got the inside line. This one is mine. Go away. Oh, go. Yes, the crab. Do we really need to see the return of the crab? And I'll tell you what, this race is actually harder than it looks. Because this car hasn't got the grip that I'm used to. Ow. We're definitely treating it like a touring car, people. This is a touring car race through and through. think they're all on medium tyres because they've got a lot more grip than me in the corners. Which is fine, it just means I'm going to have to be a bit more careful. Yes, very much understeer, go brr. You're not wrong there on that one, Joe. But the good thing is I'm in first place, so as long as I can keep decent distance, I should be on position. The track limits go brr. Yeah, speaking of track limits, I've not watched any of this weekend's Singapore GP coverage, but I'm interested to see how that race plays out, given they've now changed the layout, so it's going to have it a lot faster apparently, from what I understand. Well, speaking of RPGs and everything, speaking of Wild Arms, I found out today, I was watching it on YouTube, I got recommended a video by some random channel, someone who's a musician that reacts to video game music, and one of the things they were reacting to was the original Wild Arms intro theme from the very first game, and like anyone with culture, they said it was amazing. And in the comments of that video, I found out that apparently the creator of the game has been running a Kickstarter, which is now finished unfortunately, but it looks like it got funded for a spiritual successor to Wild Arms called Armed Fantasia. Having looked at the website, it definitely has that feel. The characters remind me of the designs of those from Wild Arms 3, so that might be a game to keep an eye on into next year, if it gets made. We might finally have that 6th Wild Arms game that's been promised since 2006, I think. This car sounds gutless. I don't know if it's just me. It doesn't sound like it's got much power in the engine, does it? That's the kind of sound I'm getting from it. Although that rumble strip then sounded absolutely beautiful. That was a proper rumble. Also, do you notice something? I've not got the get ready to drive in front of me for once. I don't know why. I've not done anything to change the settings, but I'm kind of happy with that. So this could be quite an interesting race to win because my car is not that powerful. It's not that overpowered. So I'm having to think more on my feet in terms of my cornering. A lot of this is going to come down to the pit stops. What kind of laps they decide they're going to go into the pits. The good thing is I can't see in my rear view mirror, so that tells me I'm further ahead than it looks. Yeah, that was an understeer moment then. I felt the car was literally locking up and sliding sideways. Realistically, lap 15, maybe lap 20, but I get the feeling that's going to be pushing it. Well, whoever's messaged me, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait about an hour and a half. Because it's not just tyres, it's also the fuel. That's the thing I've got to be careful of. Fuel shouldn't be a problem here. It's tyre wear. Compared to the race that we had in the 1,000 miles classic endurance races, This is quite a bit easier thus far. Yeah, that is a worry actually. It must be said the four-wheel drive is the issue, isn't it? That the tyres could go a bit quicker, but I am on the super hards, so they should last quite a bit longer than most tyres with any luck. And again, certain four-wheel drive cars have really good tyre wear, and others have terrible tyre wear. I use the absolute maximum width for the road, damn. I'm just glad they put that stage 4 turbo in. I needed it. I thought I was going to be overpowered. I'm not. I'm not even close to being overpowered. And I gotta say, that's a little bit of a cheat they just did that then. Quick coffee break. Can't do that in a real race, of course. You can't just stop and start sipping out of a coffee cup. So the lap times between me and the Pitwork Z are around about equal at the moment. They are actually pretty damn close. I'm quite surprised. I'm liking it though. This is not a case where you can just go, haha, my car go brr. No, this is actually a challenging race. I think the problem is in the slow corners, this car has really bad turbo lag, I think. So it seems to struggle at low speeds. And again, the understeer doesn't help either. It gets really bad understeer on these tyres. However, it'll be a question of just how slow I'm going, which, I'll be honest, I'm not looking like I'm going that hot at the moment. See, there he is. This has been a bad lap, this. Exertail, no, it just randomly does it. I had it happen during one of the driving missions once night. It suddenly disappeared. In one of the driving missions, I even got split times. Apparently there is a way to fix it if you mess around with the settings on the way I'm playing it, but I've never been very good at that. I always screw it up. I've got it in high fidelity graphics. We've suffered it long enough. We'll be okay. But it's nice to see it's not there at the moment. Watch it randomly come back later on. No, I'll go into the pits and it'll suddenly get locked on my screen. Yeah, see, he's definitely catching me up. He's taking about a second and a half out of me. But that might be because their tyres might be softer than mine. So their tyres might be in the window for performance. And if that's the case, that's not such a bad thing, because they're likely to be burning their tyres out. I agree with you, it is good that it's gone now, Exertail. It was quite distracting to look at, wasn't it? I Thing is, we are both pulling well away of the field as well, so if the Pitwork Z is the one that's the main rival, then I can live with that. Plus, I think that's kind of cheating the way I'm doing that. Well, I just found 2 seconds on my own lap then. And it still kept the same gap. So while my speed went right through the roof on that lap, it's not been enough to pull away from him. That's fascinating. This might be only a 10 A-spec point race, this one. The game's developers have gone, yeah, no, you're not going to have it that easy. Excellent, that's good. And then clip, 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 clip. So it's nice on a race where we're not absolutely obliterating the field though. We're having to think on strategies and we're having to take it easy. Manage the gap. I feel more like a proper racing driver doing this. It's like I've started on the grid, earned a decent spot and I've got to defend it. Like a proper racing game. But that was a very bad corner. I've not seen McLaren's livery. No, I've not seen anything of this weekend's race, Joe. But I'm going to be watching a lot of it tomorrow because it's the weekend. Now obviously we've got FP3, we've got the qualifying. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. I'm really interested in seeing this race weekend anyway because they've changed the layout for Singapore for this year due to the waterfront development. So they've had to close a massive part of the loop. And it'll be interesting to see how the circuit goes without it. I'm hoping it'll be a lot faster and a little more open. Now, I'm a bit concerned about the tyre wear in this car. The tyre wear is not that great, and the car's performance isn't that brilliant either. I'm actually pretty disappointed in this car. I'm guessing they got a special livery though, which would be nice, because again, McLaren like to do special liveries. Oh god, yes, using the analog sticks for your acceleration and braking. That's because they were the only analog parts of the controller exertail. Like using the actual buttons on the PS2, you could apply different levels of pressure, but it was nowhere near as good as the shoulder buttons that you get on a modern controller. Playing this using an Xbox One controller just transforms the game. You have so much more precision on your inputs, it's great. Yeah, this is a race that's going to be very hard to win. I'm having to use all the exploits I can to try and get around it because I get the feeling the tyre wear is going to kill me on this. When you say get one, do you mean an Xbox One controller or do you mean a PC to play games on? Because I'd recommend getting a gaming PC, just be prepared to spend a lot of money for it. Oh dear, that was poor. That's letting right into the race, that. I put a tyre on the dirt and it's slowed me right down. But again, I'm really disappointed in the tyre wear in this car. This is not going to be an easy race to win. I mean, I could have cheesed it in my Group C Le Mans car, but I don't see the point in that. But speaking of cheese, by the way, Resident Evil 4 Remake. If anyone is struggling in the battle against Salazar in Chapter 12, I have a strategy that even works on professional difficulty. All you need to do, in Chapter 3, you get told by the merchant to find the gold egg. And you find it on one of the islands in the lake. Don't sell it to him. Keep hold of it. In Chapter 12, as long as you got the cubic device, if you go back to the room where you're dropped into the abyss as Leon, you can find the puzzle in the corner where you get a second gold egg. If you equip the gold egg and hit Salazar's white form, there's a point where it's his body rather than the beast, basically. If you hit him twice with the gold egg, he dies. I guarantee it. It's the ultimate cheese strategy for a boss. You can get rid of it in seconds. And you can save the rocket launcher for taking out his pet Verdugo instead. So you want to get one of the new Xboxes, do you? The Xbox Series X. As I say, with the way that Sony have screwed up their PS Plus, an Xbox Series X with Game Pass might be the way to do it, to be honest. I only bought a gaming PC because my friend recommended an amazing site that could send you one pre-built, and it's absolutely transformed my gaming experience. It's why I've been able to bring you high quality PS2 streams, the 3DS streams, the Dishonored streams, the RE4 remake stream. It's all because of the fact that I've been able to get myself a nice gaming PC rig, but this car is not going to win this race. The tyre wear is too high and the performance is too low. It's not got the trade-off that it needs. It's a disappointment, this car. I am very disappointed in it. And yep, I agree with you, Avian. I do not know why the egg is that damaging against it. It's one of the strangest weaknesses I've ever seen in a game. It's right up there with, I think it's in one of the Zelda games. Ganon was weak to a fishing rod. If you cast a fishing rod, he stopped attacking you and you could get 3 hits on him. I don't know which game it was, but I've seen footage of it and I'm just like, really? You can distract the final boss with a fishing rod? It's like, where's Big the Cat when you need him? It's just a disappointing car, to be honest. Depending on when I have to pit versus the Nissan, I may have to abort this and restart and get a different car. Because I'm not impressed by this car at all. It's not good enough. Don't get me wrong, that Nissan Motul Pitwork Z is fantastic. I saw a video about that, Queen. Yeah, it's not weak to it, but it has a 1% chance of being hit or something similar like that. I've actually heard, Exertail, a rumour that backwards compatibility might be getting switched off on the Xbox. But it's only a rumour, so don't trust me with it. Ah, really, Joe? Seriously? So even the Alfa Romeo DTM has that problem too? That sucks. That's really bad. Problem is now my tyre wears are so bad that I'm not able to brake as late as I'd like either, so I'm kind of like neither fish nor fowl. It's entertaining to watch, I'm sure, but it's not much fun to drive. Again, the question is, when are they going to box? If I can hang on to lap 15, I can do a 3-stop strategy, but it's not going to be easy. If I go in at the end of the next lap, it'll be a 4-stop strategy. Both of which are a bit too tight for me, but we'll see. Yeah, Xtel, I say I've still got my Xbox 360. I had one that red ringed after 8 years and the other one still works for now. I'm hoping it stays that way. I've heard though the backwards compatibility for Xbox Series X is amazing, because apparently there's some games where you can download updates And one of them is the original Mirror's Edge. Apparently, it can be played in 1440p at 60 frames per second. On the OG Xbox, it's 1080p at 30 frames. It makes a gigantic difference. Because the PS5 actually unlocks performance on some PS4 games, but not many. And there we go, we've just been passed. We've lost the lead. The question is, can I get it back from him? Yeah, if you go online, Exertails, run a search for Xbox Series X backwards compatibility list, and it has a list of them all on there. Yes, Avian, the 1 frame per second that we have from the Steam version, and that is where I'm going to abort this race and get a different car. I'm not happy with this race at all. What a disappointment. Sorry to have wasted your time, people. I am actually tempted to do Mirror's Edge again, Avian, purely because this year it's 15 years old. Hard to believe, I know, but it's 15 years old this year, that game. Right, let's go into my garage and let's choose a different car. Apologies for wasting your time there, people, but with some races you just have to go, this is not going to work on. And that was one. Yeah, take the Jag. No, let's not do that. That wouldn't work. I mean, I could cheese it with my Ford GT. I really could cheese it with that. Or my AMG Mercedes. Ooh. Yes. Let's go British. Let's try the Jag. I say most games in the list are backwards compatible, Exertail. Apparently, even ones from the Xbox original era can be upgraded. There's a video that was done by, I think it was Nerdcubed, where it took SSX Tricky on the Xbox original, and it was playing it in near 4K. It looked astonishing. It's fantastic. Yes, let's try the Jag. But let's upgrade the Jag. Oh, 950 horsepower? Is that a bit overkill? Probably so. Let's go with 773. Let's not be too broken. It's the return of the Jag. Do you mind getting this off the dear? I'll go and fire up the engine on the Jag. The ultimate cad's car. It's like I was fired from my employers for evading tax, but it's okay because I have a Jag. I've managed to sell you. The ironic thing there, Exertail, is I don't have one. My friend does. One of my friends at work has an Xbox Series X. A lot of people have been talking about getting one purely because of the Game Pass thing, because it's what Sony have done with their PS Plus announcement increasing the price, but not really making any changes to the quality thus far. I do have super hards, yes. At least I think I just had them on my car just a second ago, Joe. Just double check. Yeah, there we are. Super hard, super hard. So with this, I reckon we'll have a much better chance. I've driven the Jag before, and it felt brilliant to drive. So hopefully, the Jag. We've got a Ford Falcon. We've got an Australian car in here. Interesting. Oh, that's much more powerful. That has got a lot more power. That has got a ton more power. That's got way more power in the car. Oh, that's much more like it. Oh dear Lord, this is going to be a complete curb stomp. We're going to curb stomp him in this car. Yep, it's the Jag. The Jag will do the job. The Germans let me down, so I've gone home to the British. It's not the grip, it's the power, Joe. I'm actually able to drive ahead. Lap times will tell us a lot, because we were doing 154s originally in the Opel Calibra. Let's see how much the time is going to be here. Bearing in mind this was a grid start, so this lap doesn't really count. We're not on full racing speed. Exeter, if you want cheating, you should have seen me driving on the previous stream. I went into the rally events and absolutely dominated the rally driving events. I was driving a Dodge Ram pickup truck. I took a Dodge Ram off-road and absolutely decimated the field. They didn't have a hope. Right, my standing start lap is almost as fast as my racing speed lap. That's a big difference. Oh, I need to brake much earlier than I thought that. That's not a 100 metre braking zone. That's a 120 metre braking zone. Memo to me, 120 metres. I'm arriving at a much higher speed. Yeah, I am seconds a lot faster than the field at the moment. This feels much more like it. I don't know what the expert points were. I'm suspecting 1, because this car was just broken. Yeah, note to self, don't do that. Like when I accidentally was trying to protect Ashley during the Resident Evil 4 remake stream and I used a sniper rifle and shot her. Yeah, don't do that, people. When you're playing Resident Evil 4 remake, don't shoot Ashley. I can let the other NPCs catch me up when I'm lapping them, Exeter. We'll compromise. When I'm lapping them, they can catch me up. Right, 5 seconds a lap faster. That's insane. To be fair, Exeter, in the remake, she's not as annoying as she was in the original. In the remake, Ashley was a lot more... I'd say she's been aged up a bit and she acts a lot more mature. In the original game, it was like literally dealing with a child. In the remake, it's a bit... She's quite a lot better, actually. She actually does a lot more for the player. And I will say this, if you get the chance on Resident Evil 4 Remake, play the game on hardcore mode and finish it with an A rank or better. Because then you get her armor, which makes her invincible. And that makes playing through the game so much better. Ah, Exetel, you did that form of co-op play, did you? Love it. Absolutely awesome. I'm gonna say, Exetel, if you're interested, check out some of the stuff on my archive stream. I've got a few bits of footage that she's far less useless. No worries, Avian. You got work. Hopefully my dulcet tones don't destroy you too much. You're trying to have an important call about a client, and you hear me in the back corner going, "Power." Yeah, Queen. I know about you and Mario Kart, Miss. I'll use the blue shell after you've won and started celebrating just to annoy you. No, I've not forgotten. Yes, there will be revenge next year. And I know what you mean about wanting to be left alone on Friday at work, Avian. Don't start correcting me by saying I said the wrong person, Queen. My point still stands. There will be revenge. Doesn't matter who threw it. There will be revenge. I will be coming. Don't be using logic to destroy my arguments. That's just not cricket. Don't be doing that. How dare you use facts and logic to destroy my argument? This is the internet. You're not supposed to fact check everything and be perfect online. You're supposed to be a shit poster. Get back in lane. Oh, Exertail. That sounds like the old Micro Machines games on the Mega Drive. Or the Genesis for those of you in America. You could literally, like, there's a mode where you play those like toy tanks, and if you knew what you were doing, you could turn your turret, shoot your friend's truck, and then drive off screen and get the point. It is actually not bad. Echo in the cabin, actually, Queen. You're not wrong. It actually has quite a decent fidelity to it. And I'm now lapping about 8 seconds faster in this car than I was doing in the Opel touring car. I just about got the car stopped then. I went too aggressive into the corner. Oh! Speaking of cargo boom, I've just hit the wall in my Jag. Wow, I'm 37 seconds in the lead already. That's how far ahead I am, people. I'm something like 8 seconds a lot faster than the computer at the moment. Oh, but I'm starting to feel wheel drift already, which is a problem. I think I can easily afford a 4-stop strategy in this car. This car's an absolute demolition. Everybody else, why do I hear boss music? I was going to say, quick question for everybody out there though. Did anybody watch the PlayStation State of Play last night? That's all, or even today, to see what games they announced. I have one question. What the fuck was with that first game that they showed? And if you've not seen it, seriously, just find PlayStation State of Play September and watch the trailer for the first game. And answers in the chat as to what the fuck they're thinking of with that one. I think that's fair, that Queen. I think that's pretty fair comment, to be honest. I think for a majority of the viewers, that's the kind of list that we expected. It did have a very Seth Rogen feel, actually. I must admit, it was definitely that kind of like odd style of game, wasn't it? I spent too long in those weird 24-hour cannabis shops in the Danforth kind of aura to the game. I'd say it was only a trailer, Queen, but yeah, it didn't exactly endear me to the character either. But then again, the whole game just looked like such a bizarre washout that I didn't want anything to do with it. Just going to take a quick water break, 1 second. Yep, all good. Do you mean the tunnels in this race, Queen, with that? Because it's an interesting comparison, because I think they're supposed to be like the ones that you find in the road between Switzerland and Italy. I can't remember what it's called. Remember the Stelvio Pass? Ah, Exeter, yes. So you were very happy to see Vincent in the game. I'd say it did look pretty awesome, it must be said. It was nicely rendered. So it'd be quite cool to see what they do with his character, because the PS2 game he was in was terrible. The appropriately named Dirge of Cerberus, and by God was that a dirge. Ah, driving the Mako, yes. Everyone's favourite vehicle mode in a game, driving the Mako, wasn't it? Everyone loved it. No one hated driving the Mako. Though to be fair, when it comes to Mass Effect, the thing that gets the most hate is the original 3 endings. Let's be fair here. I think it needed a lot more than work, Axitail. You're far more charitable to it than me. I mean, don't forget, that game came out after Devil May Cry. And Devil May Cry showed what you wanted to do if you were going for that kind of gun game. And Dirge of Cerberus more than missed the mark, shall we say. What I found really interesting about Vincent is how he's an optional character, and yet he's the only character aside from Cloud who's got really deep-rooted history with the Shinra. I mean, yes, Sid was part of the space program, but aside from a few one-liners with Palmer, there was no real connection, was there? It seems strange that a side character who's completely optional has a really important historical significance to the Shinra. It's bizarre, really weird. Try a bit of off-roading because I'm that far ahead, I might as well take advantage. Oh, that's a fair point actually, Queen, yeah. Mass Effect 3 is a good example actually, that's a fair point. Right, I've just paused, people, because I've had a connection drop. Now, I don't know if I'm back in a moment, so I'm going to quickly hit fire here. Hi to the world. I noticed out the corner of my eye a red square on my software, suggesting that the stream has just briefly dropped. So, are we back? Are we alive? I don't know. Are we alive or are we just breathing? Ah, yes, we're back. Well, hey, we're alive. Thank God for that. Yeah, as I say, I do apologise to people. Don't know what happened. I just noticed that it said a red connection square on my software for some reason. I say my internet. I actually briefly window viewed the game just so I could check to see if there was an issue with my net, but it didn't seem like it was. So very, very strange, very odd. But no matter, we're back. In terms of playing Mass Effect, Queen. I tried playing it on PSN and I played it for a short while, but I'll be honest, I wasn't finding it that fun to play. I didn't gel with the game at all. I think it might just be, it's just, there are some games out there I find that are revered in the gaming community, and for some reason you just don't gel with them, you just don't see the hype, and I think the Mass Effect games is one of them for me, unfortunately. It's like, I understand why people love it. Having seen a playthrough myself, check out Queen 3210's channel for a full playthrough if you're really interested. Fantastic stream series. And the story lore is great, the settings are great, I like a lot of the characters. I just didn't gel with the game. There was something about the game which just I did not enjoy, and I don't know what it was. I've had that before, like, you know, there's some games you think they'd be right up your alley, and then you're like, I can't go any further with this. It's like, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I always find it interesting with games where you think there's no reason why you should like it or shouldn't like it, but you don't. And then there's other times where you play a game and you go, I really should hate this, but I really like it. In fact, there we are, people. There's a topic of conversation for you all. Confess your gaming guilty pleasures. Which games do you like that you really will more than likely have people in the audience going, ew, why do you like that game? I'll tell you mine after you've told me yours. Yes, I'm being like that, people. You want the truth, you're going to have to find it. I must say, Queen, I did play the first one. I didn't skip ahead to the other two, because I understand that realistically, to get the full narrative, you have to carry on the same character through all three games. So I think it might be like that. Exotail, Dead or Alive is awesome. There's no guilty pleasure in Dead or Alive for me, unless of course you're talking about Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball, in which case, yep, there's no defending that one. But the actual fighting games, I fucking love the Dead or Alive fighting games. They're awesome. I remember playing Dead or Alive 1 all the way back in the PlayStation 1. One of my favourite games of the era. Loved it. Only Chambara, not played it. I can't judge that one. I can't give any commentary to that one. That's interesting, that, Queen. You're playing a game called Idle On, but it relies you on not playing it. What is this, a Stanley Parable? Is that the kind of thing it's going for? And welcome back, Avian. You missed a brief internet outage, so you not technically missed much, for once. Joking, joking. You not missed anything. You never miss anything missing my streams. A game where women fighting bikinis fighting zombies. That's definitely very similar to one of my guilty choices, actually. Because my guilty pleasure is a game which I think is amazing. Has one of the best soundtracks ever. Amazing fun to play and is ridiculously stupid. My gaming guilty pleasure is Lollipop Chainsaw. That's my gaming guilty pleasure. A game where as a cheerleader you mow down zombies with a chainsaw, eating lollipops. It's the most stupid thing in the world, and it's incredible. And the music's awesome. It has everything from like the likes of Dragon Force and Killswitch Engage to stuff by the Wurzels. No More Heroes was a great game. No More Heroes was awesome. Again, another game that was meta as anything, but really, really good. What the? He's just punted me off. The NSX driver has just punted me. Get back in your lane, you fucking loser. Get the fuck off my track, you tosser. Piss off. Blue flag for you? How about the red fucking horns? Get out of my face, you twat. Punting me off the track. Who the fuck do you think you are? Hey. Back in your fucking lane. Stop slowing me down. Get out of my fucking way. Move. Back in the loser lane where you belong. It's not my fault you're so slow that I'm lapping you already. Get out of here. So I will say these tyres are dead, so I am going to box at this point anyway. So apparently there's a rumour that Lollipop Chainsaw's getting a remake, which I don't see the point of. It was very of its time. I don't see how that'll work. Yeah, we'll do a brief refuel. I'll do. I was waiting for the tyres to go back on because I knew I'd have enough fuel. Yep, see? It's back. Get ready to drive is back, people. Yes. You thought it was gone. It is not. It's back. A sequel would be cool, actually, yeah. A modern sequel would be pretty awesome. What I loved about Lollipop Chainsaw XTL was how the enemies were kind of like in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Every boss was like their own music genre, their own unique gimmicks and fighting them. I thought that was so cool. So I think it's basically the cue for the message. Once the message appears on screen, that's it. It sticks around, unfortunately. It's just to do the way I'm playing the game. Yes, after 12 laps, it's gone, I am back. I'm better than ever. There's the Ford Falcon. Yeah, the art style was very cool. I actually, there's actually Exatail. I don't know if you know this, but there's an Easter egg to Fist of the North Star in that game. Basically, in one of the high school levels, as Julia, you do this move where you have to do like a QTE combo, where you jump on the head of zombies, and if you do it right, at the end of it, she poses, holds a chainsaw up and goes, "You're already dead," and then all the enemies explode. Genuine thing. That's actually in the game. It's brilliant. When it happened, I laughed my head off. So while she doesn't do the 100 crack Fist of the North Star, she does the legendary line. Speaking of Fist of the North Star, Exatail, have you ever played the Fist of the North Star arcade game? Yes, that's right, people. There was a Fist of the North Star arcade game based on the legendary anime. Oh, Fist of the North Star's making a comeback, is it? Oh my god, wow. Hokuto Shinken really will never die, it seems. So I've not seen anywhere that's had it now since it was in the Trocadero years ago, but you literally like boxed all the pads as if you were actually doing the punches. It was so fun to play. It was known as somewhat weird, like Fighting Legends or something like that. For some reason they got all the characters and the voice lines, but didn't get the name. They didn't actually get the rights to use the name, and to this day I've never understood why. But that's awesome with getting another anime. I say Fist of the North Star was one of the first anime I ever saw, way back in 1993. I was babysitting my sister on New Year's Eve one night for me mum and my dad, and I'm just like flicking through Sky because we were one of the people that actually had a knockoff Skybox back in the day. An illegal Skybox that set on fire after like 8 months. And we were actually, I was just fishing around, and I randomly came across the Sci-Fi Channel doing what was known as Manga Meltdown, aka Anime Night, and Fist of the North Star was one of the films I saw, along with Ninja Scroll, Monster City, and I was like, I dig this, I'm getting more of this, and that's how I became a weeb, people. That's how I became a weeb. In fact, it'll be 30 years today that I've been a weeb. Well, not 30 years today, 30 years on New Year's Eve. That is scary. Oh, nice. You actually found the box set in CX. I got the box set for Fist of the North Star. I got the American one. I bought it at an Anime Con in Atlanta in 2012 for $30. So it was about 20 quid. I've still got it, the box DVD set. The only problem is I've not got an optical drive that'll play it because I've not got a Region 3 DVD player. So it's now pretty much useless media to me. That's right, Mr. Slipstream, I'm coming. Closer, 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 closer. That's right, now you're staying in your loser lane, aren't you? Go away. I have no intention of selling it. I have absolutely no intention of selling that anime. I've actually still got a VHS of Devilman somewhere. It's like, it cost me a tenner, I've still got it. Can't use a VHS because I've not got a VHS player, but I've still got one. Still got the cassette. So we're just over a quarter of the way through this race. So we've got about an hour and 20 minutes to go, I reckon, at this pace, which is not bad. I'm going to see if I can do anything to better wear the tyres. See if I can make the tyres go a bit longer on this run. Say, Devilman was a legendary series as well. Though I must say, the biggest shock I ever got in anime was when I one day decided to buy on VHS the anime Urotsuki Doji, The Legend of the Overfiend. That was a rabbit hole that I've never clawed my way back from, people. That messed me up for life, that anime. Anyone who's ever seen Urotsuki Doji will know exactly what I'm on about. I'm not surprised you weren't allowed to watch Exit Tale. Believe me, it's an anime that is probably the greatest example of misadvertising I've ever seen. The cover has this like bat demon, kind of similar to Man-Bat from Batman the Animated Series, who's about 1,000 foot tall, with his wings fully spread, above a city that's on fire. On the back of the box, it has 3 really vanilla shots from people's faces, and this dialogue about how this free world, the world of men beasts and demons that have been at war for 1,000 years, and this creature called the Overfiend can unite them all into paradise. Cool, sounds like the ultimate sci-fi fantasy crossover kaiju thing I've always wanted to see. I take the tape home, put it into my VHS player, and the first thing I see is a demon who's butt naked with 4 tits being taken from behind so hard that she splits in half. I am not making that up. The footage is out there on the internet for anyone who's brave enough. Be warned, as Avian will tell you with googling Sonic fan art, there are some things you should not go finding for. Don't go fishing for it, the answers will not be something you want to see. And yes, Avian, I did warn you not to do it, but you disregarded my advice. I am well within my rights to remind you of your error. You say it sounds funny. Bear in mind I was 14 when I saw this. So I was literally just about to go through probably one of the most trying times of my life and the most confusing periods, and I happened to see tentacle porn. How damaged do you think that made me, people? Bear in mind, nearly 30 years on, you see me clawing at my childhood playing PS2 games live on the internet. Maybe that should be a clue. Everybody else is talking about pop stars, and I'm there thinking about weird, like, demon girls have been doing it. I'm thinking, you guys are really sheltered. You've not seen what I've seen. It's almost like the survivors of the war. It's like, you don't know, man. You weren't there. That's what it kind of felt like for me when I was in high school. Oh, Ninja Scroll, you're not wrong, Avian. No, it's like the scene of Kagero right near the start when she has that weird stone guardian, whatever the hell he was. Basically, yeah, that kind of ended of it. I've not seen Boku no Pico, and I get the feeling I don't want to. The fact that Queen has just put, oh God, never speak of it, tells me I'm right to go, yeah, I'm no selling that, let's move on. I have seen Ray Ray though, and that was really bad. Yeah, it's definitely triggered a few switches in the audience there. There are some things that they say you don't want to find. And there's the proof, people. There is the proof. Is it as eye-bleaching as watching an episode of Mr. Blobby? Is it that bad, Exetail? If it's worse than Mr. Blobby, then I know we're in trouble. But Avian, to go from like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z to Ninja Scroll, that's going right to the front of the chat. Avian, I'm not reading that comment out. I don't want the YouTube algorithm to think I'm promoting something I'm not. Let's leave it there. Oh God. Wow, Exetel, it's way worse than Mr. Blobby. Oh no. Oh my God. I didn't think that was humanely possible. How can something be worse than more trauma-inducing than the lead of Mr. Blobby? I must say, actually, in 2019 I went to MCM as Resident Evil 2's Leon Nah, And there's a photo somewhere on the internet that I've never seen of me, a guy who was cosplaying as an Umbrella agent, and a lady cosplaying as Lara Croft, all shooting Mr. Blobby. I wish I knew where that photo was. I wish someone had uploaded it, but I've never found it. That was the ultimate crossover. We all put our differences aside because there was no way we were going to let that monstrosity hang around the con. And Mr. Blobby did have a CD, Avian. I know, I was there. You don't need to remind me. I was there. All those years ago. Fair enough, Queen. If it get me raging in a bad way, I don't want anything to do with it. But yes, speaking of all things banned, by the way, on Halloween night, depending on whether there's going to be an event at an arcade club or not, I might be doing a stream on Halloween night. If it won't be on Halloween night, it will be in the build-up to Halloween. As a special, I'm actually going to play a game which was banned in the UK. And banned pretty much in all of Europe, aside from France of all places. It's a game that is very, very rare. I once saw a copy of it on open sale in Leeds for £535. That's how rare it is. The game I am going to play is a forgotten, Atlas-published survival horror game called Rule of Rose. It's incredibly rare. I have a ROM of it, and we're going to play it. That's this year's Halloween stream, people. I'm doing something special for you. I am breaking the seal on a banned game, because the censors can fuck off. No one tells me what I do or don't do on my channel. No government official tells me what I can or can't play. Get the fuck out of here. I'm playing it and you can't stop me. It's a PS2 era game, Joe. And the French copy is one of the few that exists outside of North America. It is incredibly rare. I know almost nothing about it except for the fact that it is rare as anything. It is a very valuable piece of game in history. Collectors for the PS2 will sell their souls for a copy of it. So I said, it might be on Halloween night itself, it might not be. It depends on what's going on event-wise at that time. So last year, me and Nerdy Hound went to a event at Arcade Club. It was like a cosplay event in Arcade Club. And who knows if they'll do that again this year. If they don't, I'm planning to stream. I think Halloween's in the middle of the week this year anyway. I think it's right in the middle of the week. So the chances are it will be a stream. So despite trying to look after my tyres, the car's performance is dropping significantly. But I'm still lapping so much quicker than the computer, it's not a big deal. Yeah, if it's on a Tuesday, then that confirms it will be a Halloween stream, because they won't be open on Tuesday nights. So unless something bizarre happens, that's when I'll be streaming. That's right, get back in the loser lane again. And stay in it this time. Wasn't it Street Fighter that had that as like a memeable clip? The day I killed your father was the most significant of your life. For me, it was Tuesday. Exeter, you like me? You find them funny. It's like honestly, if you want someone you want a sign of psychopathy, watch my Danganronpa streams. Everybody else, whenever someone gets found guilty and is being executed, oh my god, me, oh my god, this is the funniest thing I've seen in years. What a way to execute someone. I think those were the streams where it made it look like I was probably a bit of a psychopath. I'm definitely a nutter, I can tell you that much for free. Yeah, Avian, the message came back after I left the pits 12 laps ago. I think it's literally because of the prompter when it's leaving the pits or leaving the grid. I think that's where it comes from. I'm guessing that the grid start didn't have it there, and the moment it appeared, it's like, right, I've entered the chat, I'm not leaving. I might be able to eke out one extra lap on these, but there's not much point. I'm going to pit. Because I'm not going to get any benefit by staying out an extra lap. It's not going to change the amount of stops that I make. Avian, don't worry, it's the kind of thing that I don't notice. I was playing through Final Fantasy 16. Good game, by the way, for anyone who's got a PS5, do check it out. And there's a feature in it where you can basically make your weapons at a blacksmith's. Cool. Did that, not a problem. It was only until right before the final boss that I realised there was a second option to reinforce and strengthen your weapons and your gear. I'd played through the entire game without upgrading my weapons, other than replacing them. I felt like such a dolt when I saw it. How's that for oblivious? That's amazing, Exeter. You made an OC and you want to cosplay. That's fantastic. That's so cool. I mean, you've seen some of the stuff I've cosplayed, so go for it. Your outfits have always been awesome to watch, so it'd be cool to see it. Yeah, Queen, to be fair, that's pretty clueless as well, that you couldn't port back to your home base for free healing during the mission. Although I never used it, because I got that far, I just wanted to see him through. But I knew you could do it. Unless I was, like, literally out of resources, I didn't bother. I felt it slowed the game down too much when I did that. Get out of my way! Oh, that's cool. Let me say, both sound awesome. DOA, DMC, OCs, always cool. Always cool to see that. Let's say some original characters become really important. I mean, look at Harley Quinn. Made as an original character for Batman the Animated Series. Can you imagine the Batman universe without Harley in these days? Absolutely not. I can understand why you thought that, to be fair, Queen, because whenever you're playing games normally, you're in a mission, you are normally expecting that that's it, you've got to go as far as you can. You will be seen as kind of mission breaking to be able to just like leave the game and come back whenever you wanted. It also doesn't even make sense in the lore of the world, because in the world you open up portals. Where do you open a portal in the middle of a mission? Yep, fantastic, that was good. That felt nice to drive. It's all these car companies' logos which no longer exist. TVR, they're dust. Lotus, dust. Such a shame. Yeah, that's right, the immersion is gone, Queen. We are no longer immersed in the game because of that little breaking moment. I wish this guy had stopped trying to pump my car off the circuit. It's really getting annoying now. Oh, we got a bit deep there. Just a bit. Just a touch too deep. Yeah, well, let's do what you're not allowed to do in motorsport anymore. Lotus has been dead for a while, unfortunately, Joe. They were sold. They were originally part of the Proton Group, and I think it might have been 2019 maybe that they officially went bust. They hit the wall, and that was it. They'd been gone for a few years, sadly. It's a shame because again, they're not only a very good manufacturer of cars, but a lot of companies use them to secretly tune their cars. Nissan, for example, when they made the successor to the Skyline, the GTR, it was Lotus who heavily tweaked the chassis for them to, like, you know, really tune it and make it so that it was like really out of the box performance based on what its specs were. So they were used a lot by that. And again, the Vauxhall VX220 or the Opel Speedster, that was pretty much made by Lotus on the Vauxhall budget. Even Tesla, when they made the first variants of their cars, the Roadster, whatever it's called, that was actually also pretty much tuned by Lotus. And in fact, I think even parts of the car were made by Lotus on an outsourced basis. So when they went to the wall, it kind of surprised people because they were a very important factor in a lot of car company production. It was like when Vauxhall made the absolutely insane Lotus Carlton. They basically like gave Lotus one of their legendarily meager Vauxhall Carltons and said, "Can you do anything to make this an executive saloon?" And what they got back is revered as one of the craziest road-going cars of the 1990s. To the point that cops hated it because it was one of the most commonly used in robberies, because it could outrun absolutely everything. The cops there, "No, you can't just go around the helicopter and no one else catch up to you because we're stuck in metro cars. It's not fun when you get away like that, it's cheap." And the Ram Raiders are like, Lotus Carlton go boo. That's pretty much the story of it, like, in a TLDR basis. The cop cars just couldn't get anywhere near it. One of them had the registration plate 40RA, and it was actually, well, it was very brazen. They actually did a ram raid about 200 yards away from a police station and got away with it. They went in, ran raided the store, and got away, while the cop station was 200 yards down the road. Yeah, the Esprit 350, great car there, Joe. The Lotus Elise, great car. Lotus Elan, beautiful car. The Lotus X Siege, that was a great car. Even the Lotus Evora, very nice road-going car. They had a very good selection of cars, but unfortunately, like many British sports car manufacturers, they reached a point where they couldn't quite keep up with the demands of the regulations, and they didn't have the budgets to keep going. Like TVR was reincarnated about 6 times before they finally went to the wall, after making the absolutely brilliant but batshit crazy TVR Cigaris. I sound like I actually know what I'm talking about when it comes to cars here, which is ironic considering that I don't drive. No, that was bad. That was very poor. That was not good driving. Exetel, the kitty got jealous. I can imagine kitties do that. I'll say I've not had multiple kitties, but I have seen them when they start coming close to you. It's like, nope, it's my attention. You're mine now. Dogs get insanely jealous. The dogs get so jealous, it's unbelievable. Yeah, this car was definitely an upgrade from the Calibra touring car. This feels so much better to drive. It's a way better car. It's a shame because I like the look of the Calibra touring car, and unlocking it was a real challenge, but... Ah, yes, Avian, I can imagine. It was like they're clamouring for attention from their owners and their masters. But the idea of like kitties fighting over the space on the sofa or the bed for you, Exetel. I mean, again, it is almost like watching 2 younger brothers fighting over a games console. Yes, me and my brother did that. Yes, I always won. No, I regret nothing. Meanwhile, good evening, Arrested Jack. What a birthday party. Well, that's fantastic, mate. How was it, mate? Sounds like you had some fun. What did you get up to? Sounds great. It's like all good and fun and games here so far. We're halfway through an endurance race, and we are caning everyone in my Jag. Yep, the poll is up, so of course you've still got time to get your votes in there. We've got 4 games on the choice. We do have a leader at the moment, but anything can happen. We saw that happen when SMT4 ended up getting into the running last time, so anything is possible. Oh, flies. Ugh. Yeah, I hate that. Oh, the TV remote. Oh, that was the perennial fight back in the day, Exetel. I want to watch Sonic. No, I want to watch Cow and Chicken. Sonic. Cow and Chicken. Sonic. Cow and Chicken. That's kind of what it was like in my household. And then Mum would come in and go, I'm watching Changing Rooms, so shut up the pair of you. Oh, nice one, Mr. J. You got a Nintendo Switch. That's awesome. Is it the standard one, or have you got the OLED? And did you get some... What software have you got for it? What games? I mean, speaking of Nintendo, on their Direct Play thing, they dropped a bizarre title. They dropped F-Zero 99. An F-Zero Battle Royale game. Am I the only one confused by that? You have a revered racing franchise and you announce a Battle Royale rather than a new version of the actual game. That I don't get it. I don't get it. Hey, that's cool, Arthur Jack. Say it's a good machine. Say it's pretty cool. Well, Arista Jack, in order to recommend games for you for the Switch, the question is, what type of games do you want to play? Because I don't like recommending games when I don't know what genres people like playing the most. It's one of those. Yeah, maybe that's why they did it at Exeter, so the Falcons can punch each other. That makes sense. I suppose one game I can always recommend if you like having fun with party and friends around, Arista Jack, you can always get Smash Brothers. That's always good for a laugh. I still remember randomly beating Nerdy Hound as Terry Bogart from Fatal Fury. To this day I don't know how I did that. Action adventure party games, as I say, Smash is definitely a good one. Mario Party is a decent game. If you like your party games. Action adventure, the Zelda games have been great as far as I understand. They're fantastic. They're great shouts. Mario Party, yep, Avian's seconded me on that one, so that's cool. Yeah, so far so good. Tyre wear is holding up slightly better on this run. I don't know if I've done anything particularly different, apart from crash. That's one thing I have done. Oh yes, we had a great time playing Mario Party. There was no RNG bullshit in that at all. Oh no, 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 no. Absolutely not. Saying that, Joe, to be fair, in Mario Kart, I was always in the lead, so I wasn't ramming anybody. I make it sound like I was actually skillful to do that. I wasn't. I just got really, really lucky. Yes, I did learn the nuisance of blue shells at the end of the game. It must be sad. They did get annoying. Oh god, an Among Us stream with us lot would be silly. You do realise that anytime it said body discovery, I would annoy you all with my Monokuma impression. It would be just like, a body has been discovered! Maybe not the first time, Queen, but after the 19th, I think it would. You'd have to have the stream active at the same time, and let's not forget, Queen, I'd have a 30-second advantage for that. Oh yeah, you can't stream peak on mine, because I'd be 30 seconds in the clear. Keep going. We're not doing bad here. Ah, this screen sniping, I see. Yeah, but you'd still be 30 seconds behind though, so unless 30 seconds is nothing in the game, maybe. Plus, I'd probably just start treating it like an SMT game and say I'm Chaos Aligned and kill everyone. That's right, get out of my way. Now, the tyre pod has once again entered the chat with some cute vroom vrooms. Well, it can't be cuter than the engine that I've got here. The sun's just rougher than sandpaper covered in broken glass. But it's got the power to get me through. A spectator would work, Wayne. Be the overall arcing omniscience. That would work. I just realised I actually managed to be low on fuel. I'm surprised at that. I didn't think I got to the point where I was low on fuel. When it comes to a streamer being owned on stream, one of the funniest ones I saw was when Darkside Phil was playing Street Fighter 5, I think it was, and he called himself, like, you know, this king of Street Fighter, and another person was streaming Street Fighter at the same time and absolutely kicked the crap out of him, absolutely annihilated him. And while DSP is going on about how it's all lagging, it's all bollocks and it's all cheating, the other guy's being really calm and relaxed, going, you see, when you play online, you need to do this, and this. And being really, it was like watching light and shade happen at the same time. It was hilarious. Not that I can throw any stones at Darkside Phil when it comes to Street Fighter, because I am terrible at those games. I'll be the first to say, I'm rubbish. Fighting games are not something I could ever be competitive at. I've never been good at them, and that's fine. That's okay. Right, this is my pit stop lap, so I'm going to just peel to the right here so I can avoid getting caught up in traffic. You love seeing cocky streamers blaming the cake getting on. That's amazing. Never heard of that particular streamer Tail, but if that's what their style is, then it's not the most endearing thing in the world, really, to be fair. Ah, so Joe, you're a fellow button masher. You are among friends on this stream, my friend. Button mash your way to victory. There was a series of fighting games years ago on the PlayStation 1. I don't know if they ever got sequels, called Bloody Raw, where basically you played as a lot of Japanese characters, who everyone from like high school students to businessmen, and they could randomly transform into animals, and it was the most button mashing friendly game I've ever seen. The combos made absolutely no sense. You literally just got into a fight, did whatever you could, and then you'd randomly turn into a rabbit that'd start playing kick me up with their opponent and doing an overhead bicycle kick to kick them into the wall. It was one of the most bonkers things I've ever seen. And so button mashing is how you got through Yakuza 0, Queen. At least you're honest about it, and you got through Yakuza 0. I stopped playing it, and then it left PS Plus Extra, so I can't play it anymore without buying it. Oh, well, I mean, I will say that, Tail. I mean, the first part of that is bad enough. When someone goes on about how they're really great, and when they lose, they blame it on lag or cheating. But to attack someone for a condition is unforgivable, and massive kudos to the person they attacked for owning them at the game, but at the same time, that's totally unacceptable. You should never... No one should ever do that. Like, mocking people because they've got conditions. That's just unacceptable. I remember a clip years ago of I think it was on something like either Call of Duty or Medal of Honor, and there was a grandmother in like her 80s, and she was she had like a name, and it was obvious she was old, and everyone gave her crap, and she sniped absolutely everybody. I don't know if she had a aimbot on, and I don't bloody care. I just love the idea of this like boomer coming into a chat full of squeakers and owning them all by shooting them in the skull. It's my idea of heaven. So yeah, the poll is still up. We have a game out in front, but it's not yet over. So if you want to get your vote in there and you've not voted yet, now is your chance. It's live until the end of the stream. So for those of you who aren't watching this live, I do apologise, but I wanted to have a live poll for this one. Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic. When they started playing Counter-Strike 68-69, that's brilliant. See, games have no age limit, they have no like barrier limits or anything. You play a game however you like. I remember years ago on Forza 4, I was playing on Xbox Live, and a gamer beat me, which was awesome. And I got a message from them going, "Ha ha, you got beat by a girl." And my reply was, "Cool, I'll race you again." Oddly enough, I didn't get a reply. It was like they were expecting me to get angry at them, and I'm like, "No, that's cool." Guy starts cussing out, she went, "I'm 68 years old, be more respectful." And he apologised. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, ma'am." this race is actually quite enjoyable. It's quite relaxing to play. I'd say for all you people who stayed watching, thank you very much. Because again, I don't know how you find the patience, but it's brilliant. It's so cool. A nice little friendly oasis of chat and memes and speed. It's a stream where we don't like to cuss each other out. We don't do drama here. It's all good fun. Yeah, push the outside limits. Awesome. Brilliant. I'm sorry to hear that, Queen. Obviously, it's had a major impact, and I really hope the family are okay after that. I don't want to say too much more because obviously I don't want to intrude. But yeah, I know the feeling of that myself, so it's not a nice experience, and I hope they're all doing well. I don't know how many laps in front I am at the moment. That's the problem, because I've not got the actual... It's not giving me the data. So I don't know how many laps I've put on the field. All I know is that I've been lapping them multiple times, because the Jag has been far too powerful to keep up with, because it's a Jag. We're going to slipstream to nearly 190 miles an hour in my Jag. Very nice. So this feels very planted to drive, very predictable on its grip. It's the kind of car you can get into a rhythm with. When I was driving the Calibra touring car, I couldn't get into a rhythm with the lines for it. It felt far too unpredictable. Here I can actually feel a bit more confident in the car. I always found it, as a kid, I never understood it when drivers used to say, oh, I've not got any confidence in the car. I used to always be like, Dad, they're meant to be the best in the world. And obviously now that I'm a little bit more experienced, I've played a lot more, seen a lot more of it, I realise what they mean. It's like a car that doesn't have consistency. Oh god, that would be a Chad move, Joe, if your first car was a Jag. That would make you the envy of everybody, I reckon. Turn up on like an XKR or an XJ or something. That'd be pretty awesome. Smart move, Queen. Smart move. No, when it comes to Chad music, the theme that plays is Yu Narakami dancing to Specialist in Persona 4 Dancing All Night. When it comes to Chad, there's nothing more Chad than that. And actually, that's a fair point. Next weekend, I'm actually going to be spending the day cosplaying as Yu Narakami, because I'm going to be going to an arcade club for a event. I'm deciding to bring the Chad back. I've not done him for a while. It's funny you should mention about crashing to the drift music. On YouTube there's a series of videos by Jeremy Clarkson called Motorworld. You can find them like old documentaries in 1995, 1996. And at one point he's in Japan talking about the car culture of Tokyo. And he goes to one of the roads that's used for toge. And he finds a lad who literally has taken like a Nissan 240SX and crashed it into a ditch. And the reaction that he gives to this kid is horrible. He asks this kid, he's like, what did you do to end up like this? So the kid explains how he was driving and how he lost control. And then Clarkson just taps him on the shoulder and goes, well, it's a rotten bit of luck. And walks off screen. Your car may be a JDM limited edition, but I'm in the British GT car. I am going to win. All the comments about Los Santos, I really do wish that I could do GTA San Andreas as a stream, but I don't think it'd fly very well with the a lot of the language that's used in it. It's a shame. One of my favourite games of all time, GTA San Andreas. I am going on record now, it is the best GTA game. I will accept no arguments to the contrary. That's the end of it. Yeah, you can't just rely on letting go of the accelerator in the corner for that one. The car loses too much grip. The lap times are very consistent in this car, that's the good thing about it. Let's say GTA San Andreas, for those who haven't played it, Joe, it's an argument that most of us probably have. It features a lot of language which I get the feeling, even though the culture, even though the context is used and the characters who use it, I get the feeling that it would be quite heavily frowned upon. just because of the nature of it. There's one particular word, for example, which is extremely commonly used, and it's used by characters who you could say have license to use it, but I get the feeling that the likes of the algorithm and that would absolutely throw a fit when you use it. And there's no way I'm having a sensor thing for every 2 seconds playing a game. So, as much as I love the game, I just don't think it would be something that would last very long on my channel. I get the feeling it would get reported. Even though, as I say, I wouldn't be using the language myself. Again, it's like as someone with neurodiversity, it's like whenever I hear anyone use the word spaz, I've always hated it because it's always used in a derogatory way towards people with conditions like mine, and it's why even the official charities for it all changed the name, because they were fed up with everyone using it as an insult. And it's why you don't normally hear it used. When it was randomly thrown into a song in 2022, I think it was, and the artist got massive backlash. I can't remember which artist it was now, but she agreed to change the lyrics when she realised what it was contextually adding without really being used in that context, and like the controversy was too much. Some people argued it was censorship, but more people were saying, look, there's no reason for it to even be there, it adds nothing to the song. So going back to the game, GTA San Andreas, while technically it does add context to the characters and the lives they live, it's not something that I'd really want to be comfortable having on broadcast as one of mine. I get the feeling that it'd get a lot of attention for the wrong reasons. It's like when you see these old cartoons and they say, or even old TV shows, and they say that this is a show produced of its time and it's here for historic. These are broadcast as they were for historical purposes. And I always find it interesting what gets that label, because you get it for everything from rightful use of rightful calling out of use of racial slurs or gender stereotyping, and then you get other stuff where it's like you wonder why it's even there because there's nothing that could possibly fall into the bracket. Is GTA 5 the same? I didn't play GTA 5 for very long, Exatail. I tried. I got the PS4 version and I just couldn't get into it. There was something about it that made me go, I really don't like this. I don't know what it was. I just could not get into the game no matter how hard I tried. I think again it's because I got such high reverence for San Andreas. I don't think I'd be able to get into any of the other GTAs, because GTA San Andreas is one of my big games at university. I sank so many hours into that game. I mean, yeah, that's a really good example, Exatail. The Laurel and Hardy one you just mentioned there. Absolutely. I'm not surprised that that kind of scene got that treatment. It's not a surprise at all. It's like if you watch the original animated version of Dumbo, and you've got the trying to be safe here, the barbershop quartet moment. That's probably the best way I can describe it without actually potentially using negative language. There's another example where historically it just doesn't hold up. Speaking of things that these days would be banned that were normal, has anyone ever seen the clip of the Flintstones advertising cigarettes? You can actually find the video on YouTube. I saw it randomly for the first ever time at a concert in Liverpool of all places. I was watching a Beatles tribute band, and they were showing Media of the Year as an intermission, and it had an advert of the Flintstones for a major cigarette brand. It was the most jarring thing I've ever seen in my life. It's from like 1964 or something stupid like that. I don't know about that, Exeter. I'm not sure about that. I mean, again, I'm not exactly an expert on that kind of thing. The rice one's interesting because we still sell it as that brand over here, but I don't know if you know the brand, but in the UK there's a form of marmalade by a company called Robinson's, and they used to have a mascot character which is very controversial and has been phased out for a long time, but I remember it as a child and I always thought it was really weird. Well, it's unfortunate, here in the UK, growing up in the 80s, there was a, how can I put this, an almost regular kind of cultural use of words which, when you think about it, are really offensive. There was a certain name, for example, for a type of takeaway. There was also a colloquialism used for what most people call a bodega in North America, or as others would call it, just a shop here in the UK. But there was a certain way of turning that racist that was common until the 1990s here in the UK. We were a backwards nation in that respect. In many ways we still are. We voted the Tories, for God's sake. Well, I didn't, but the majority did. So you remember it as well, Exeter. Yeah, it's like, you look at that and it's like, why was that ever considered acceptable? Just why? Hopefully this will be the final pit stop. We should be able to go to the end of the race after this. I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees it that way, Exeter. Someone said to me, why don't you have pride in your country? And I'm like, wait, what? Have you seen what we've done over the last like 15 years to this country? We've screwed this country beyond repair. Why would I be proud of that? Where's your national pride? Where's your sense of modern reality? You know, like, what the fuck? Why? I mean, if it is a quote they'd use, Exeter, there's nothing wrong with pointing out a fact. Obviously, I'm not someone who promotes them because, well, I'm not an arsehole. I'm not. That's the easy way to say that one. I'm not an arsehole. But I always find that people who are part of movements like that, Exeter, are the most spineless people in the world. Proper weekend warriors. I don't know if you've read it, but there was a series of comics from America in the 90s, and they've been made into a TV show in about 2014 called Preacher. And there's an episode where the main character is in this town, and the local meat plant owner basically bullies everybody because he's got all the money. And what this preacher stands up to him, and the guy calls in the clan. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to make the full name. And at one point, he gets into a fight with them, makes them all remove their paraphernalia, and he's like, why is it that people who are the biggest promoters of this thing, absolutely the worst examples of it, where's your fucking chin? And he literally opens the door for being the most proper empty, spineless people who are hiding behind a uniform. And I think the same thing happens with that particular organisation you've mentioned there, Exeter. They're a bunch of cowards, the lot of them. And if you're watching my stream out there, you members of that organisation, do us all a favour. Fuck off. As the dead Kennedys once said, Nazi punks, fuck off. Oh, beautiful Exotail. I love those kind of clips. It's like, it's so bad. It's like, it just shows the ignorance of these people. But they'll have then doubled down and gone, oh, you're not a true, you know, whatever. You know, all that kind of thing. Failing to forget, of course, that the UK is the most invaded country in history. We have so many lineages here, it's impossible to say what the right lineage for our country is. We've had the Vikings, we've had the French, we've had the Germans, we've had the Celts, we've had the Saxons. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't possibly say go back to wherever you came from, because we've got that many different heritages, it's almost impossible to say where you're from anyway. Maybe that's why they get so agitated and think, you know, it's like pine for the old days. Back when people had to pee in a bucket and draw water from a well and die of dysentery at age 19. If you want to go back to that lifestyle, get help, please. The modern world is a very good place. Don't turn your back on it. I'm just hoping the unlock for this event is good. I'm hoping we get a decent car. Yes, Queen. Very true, actually, yes. I've been enjoying watching that playthrough, actually, on your channel, the letter. And you're right, there's a moment where that's touched on really well. Sums up that kind of mentality beautifully. Well worth checking out. So yeah, go check out Queen 32's channel for that Let's Play. It's a good one. It's a really good one. Indie game in a very unusual way. But yeah, Avian, that guy sounds like an absolute prick. Getting pestering you because you're reading a book on my road. There's no excuse. I hate that kind of crap. It's like, I'm travelling, leave me alone. That's how it should be. Oh wow, seriously? He sounds like a real piece of work, Avian. He's lucky I wasn't there. I'd have thrown him off on the next stop. Anyone who gets physical with another passenger, get the fuck off my train. That'd be my approach. Oh! He said what? I'm not repeating that on audio, because in no way I'm condoning that. Good Lord. He's really fucking lucky I wasn't there. What a grade A twat. My response to that would have been, no, you're not on the right train. Fuck off. That's the only thing I'd have said. What an absolute cunt. Really sorry you experienced that. That's totally uncalled for. The universal sign, Avian, is definitely worthy of that. Absolutely. The universal sign of contempt. The sad truth there is that there was an example of the bystander effect in full view though. Everyone just let it happen. I'm liking all the reactions in this one. You're all putting some very, very poignant comments in there. I mean, as I say, there's just contempt breeds contempt, and that arsehole. It's the only word for it. Only word that applies to him. How, it's like daring to say that. That's just unacceptable. But the idea of killing him with kindness, Axetail. What would you mean? Like go, oh, I'm so happy that I'm so welcome here. Or something like that. So I've never had anything obviously like that, because again, you know, it's like because of my creed, it'd be very strange if I ever had that kind of thing done to me. But I did once. I was travelling to a con once in cosplay, and someone once said to me, "Mate, are you fucking gay?" To which I just replied, "Don't worry, you're not my type." The only answer I could think of at the time, maybe, and I thought best thing to do is do a stupid answer. Best way to do it. Yes, why are you looking? I mean, that's another good example. Yeah, definitely. They're the kind of answers that are best. It's like Peter Steele said it best. The legend who was formerly a typo negative, R.I.P. to him, once got told by someone at a bar, "Look at you, you long-haired pussy." And his response was, "Well, you are what you eat." I mean, you could say it's not really an appropriate thing to say, but at the same time, it ended the conversation. There was absolutely no way that combo was carrying on with that answer. So I gotta say, Exetel, that's a fantastic way of dealing with that. Good day, do you need help? Oh. Right, I better stop now. Bam. Bugger. What do I do next? Ooh. Now that really is not good avian. Someone thought, yeah, that's unacceptable too. Because of course, people aren't allowed to have relationships of, you know what I mean? I don't want to say it. But you know, it's like, yeah, some people are far too ignorant. That's probably the best way I can say that. Queen, instead of the dating apps, all I'd say is, do you want me to add you on Grindr? That's probably the easy way to answer that one. But yeah, I'm very sorry that happened, David. No one, that's ridiculous, isn't it? It's like, good that the manager kicked her out though. It's like, get out of my store, Karen. Take your stupid haircut and fuck off. Though there are many nice people called Karen, so I'm not being universally offensive with that one. I felt that one coming. I was trying to avoid it, but it wasn't going to stop. Apologies, peeps. I'm Hopefully I didn't get that too close to the mic so I didn't blow your hearing out. When you said it started barking at you on your way back from school, Queen, I mean, like, that's just open hostility. It's like absolutely stupid. Oh no, Exeter, that is awful that someone said that to you. Not only is that borderline sexual harassment, but it's also, as you pointed out, clearly, yeah, no, that's uncalled for. That is unacceptable. No one in, like, you know, the service space, whether it's retail, waitressing, whatever, should ever get comments like that said to them. That's disgraceful. Oh, wow, Queen. Now that is awful. That's deplorable. That's just, ugh. That's just absolutely, it's disgraceful. There's no other word for it. It's disgraceful. Say, why do people think they have a license to be like that towards each other? I don't get it. Where did this all come from? It's like, you're different to me, you're scum. Where did that notion come from? And when was it ever acceptable? So, being from the north of England, I've heard a lot of racial nomenclature in my time, and I've always called it out. I've always hated it. It's like, how dare you be friends with that mention a name? And my reply was, because they're actually very friendly and they treat me with respect, unlike other people who are the same race as me. Leave me the fuck alone. I used to hate it. It's like, you know, it's like, you might be an asshole. I'm not. You might potentially regret this in 10 years. I won't. Well, I will say, Queen, that historically that's been true in the UK as well, unfortunately. That's been very, very true for quite some time. Say, it's a lot of the more seasoned professions over here, like medical, for example, there is a lot more, like, diversity. But in terms of, like, you know, if you go to, like, the centre of London, you look at the big insurers and the big bank companies, you will find that ethnic minorities are very rarely at the top of the chain. Those that get there have to do a lot to achieve it, and it's not really acceptable when you think about it. Ugh, God, that sounds like my idea of hell Exeter. Ugh. Whoops, that's a mistake and a half. I mean, it's like, again, that's an interesting like perspective, Queen, but it doesn't make it right, does it? You don't speak the same way I do, so you're scum. No, absolutely not. It's like, ugh. It's just this. Again, it's just you say it's ignorance. I call it arseholery. It's as simple as that. We have a unified front on this here tonight. It's good. It's welcome. I like that. Oh, the whole trying to keep appearances kind of act. Is that what they were alleging? Because again, it's more than likely not true. I don't know anyone who has that kind of approach. Apart from maybe in Middle England. Trying to get too much attention on the chat there. That was my fault. My eyes were not on the road. Keep your eyes on the road when driving, people. Oh wow, Joe, I mean, that's a great result, but the fact that someone dared to refuse you access, well, not you personally, but an individual you know access, because of their nationality, that's disgraceful. Nope, you're not allowed on my bus, you're from X place, get out of here. Nope, not how it works. That is a terminatory offence, because it's a blatant case of discrimination. It's an open and shut case, that one. It's what we call a slam dunk. Oops. Into the wall. Ah, yes, Queen, the legendary beginning of the civil rights movement. Work never knows when to stop, Avian. There's always more to be had. And because this is the final lap, we're celebrating. 5 laps down the Ford Falcon. That was the Ford Falcon, so the others are all like 5 laps down. Oh, yeah, Exetel. That again, that's workplace discrimination. So it sounds right. To get the manager to apologise, to say glad they left the job, but it's totally not acceptable. We've got what the hell? It's a bathtub racer, a V16 from the 1930s. And it looks like it's an Audi. What's a car? We're going to have to take that for a drive, people, aren't we? Let's see what our completion is now. We are now at 58.2%. Oh, yeah. Well, you say, what in the name of our sci-fi car is that? Well, let's find out. Let's take it for a ride. But first of all, I've got to find it. Here it is. Oh, wow, it's got 520 brake horsepower. It does look like something from the Wacky Racers. You're not wrong. I imagine this car is going to be absolute hell to drive on Laguna Seca's legendary corkscrew, but we're going to try it anyway. You can only run it in power and speed, practice on Nürburgring, and so you can only run it in limited racing. Right, okay, in that case then, you can run it on the Nürburgring in practice mode apparently. Okay, you can only take it to the ring, so we're doing it. We're taking it around the Nordschleife. We're going long, people. And I don't believe I've actually got any cars. No, I've not got a single time on the Nordschleife. So this is going to be the first one. Oh, wow, look at the driver. Check him out. And we've gone into the pits because I lost complete control, so we're reversing. And that's what it's like from on-board cam, people. So let's try that one more time. Look at the driver. It's a very heavy understeer car. I'll give it that much. Oh, wow. It's actually got quite a lot of power to it. It's surprising how much power it has. It has a very floaty feel into the corners, though. It's one of those where you don't know whether you can push it or you can't. It feels like it's got a very loose front end. See what I mean? It's handling quite well. You see how it seems a bit too precise in some of the corners? It's like four-wheel drifts. It's surprising you can only take this around the Nürburgring as a full lap, though. That's a real surprise. Of all the circuits to try and take this on as a test drive, you have to take it to the green hell. But again, it's holding its own. It's not a bad car at all. It's a shame you can only really use it in this mode. You can't use it in races. I mean, look at the speed. It's a car from the 1930s. And I was hitting 130. Unfortunately, it has a loose rear end, as I've just proven there. So we have spun out, we have crashed. And now the car's so long, I'm having to do a 20-point turn to turn around, people. Yeah. We didn't have this problem in the Ford Model T. Or on a Mercedes-Benz patent Motorwagen. It has such a loose rear end that you hit a bump, you can just spin out. Like you say, it's a car from 1937. It's a bathtub racer and it feels like a racer. It's obviously not a real car. Because if this was a real car, it would have dominated Formula 1 at the time. Or the Emilia. So, I mean, little tap on the grass and that's it. You are spinning. And I'm stuck against the wall there, which is irritating. It's like the car doesn't want to turn left. It's a NASCAR in disguise, people. We're going to see this through. We're going to complete the lap. By God, is this thing twitchy. It's like you really are driving on a knife edge. And if you go 1 millimeter too wide, it will kill you. It's like you're trying to tap dance with a Rottweiler. You might have room for one moment, but you get in the wrong position, its fangs will take a bite out of your leg. But considering the, as I say, the overall style of the car and the age of the car, it's not bad to drive at all. It's just very, very twitchy. I'm looking forward to taking this down the carousel, people. That's going to be really interesting. So we got to see something special tonight. We got to see a special car. See, here we are. We're already floating up to a casual 170 miles an hour. But I am going to have to brake in this car. There's no way I can trust it's not a downforce, because it doesn't have any. And we just about got away with that. Kept my cool, kept the position in play. And here we go, people. After this corner here, we are onto the carousel. God help me, I'm going to need this. Let's see what it's like in third-person mode, riding around the carousel. So chase cam is not the camera to use it. You definitely want to be on the bumper where you can see all the road. And you just have to pay attention to the rear end. You can hear the rear tyres squealing as the grip suddenly drops away at the last 2 seconds. I don't know what you're quoting there, Queen. Ah, right, that band. I was never a fan. That's all I'm going to say. I was too much of a punk / traditional metal fan to get them. They weren't my era. Oh, that was so twitchy. Right, here is where we're going to have a chance to open the taps, people. We have to go and navigate these 2 corners. Yes, check him out, people. Our driver is so happy to be here. Look at that soulless grin on his face. He's casually going up to 180 plus miles an hour, and look at that. We're going up to 200 miles an hour, people. There it is. We've hit 200 miles an hour and we've hit the rev limiter in a car from 1937. We topped 200 miles an hour. And we're still going to finish sub 730. That was despite the spin, getting stuck in the wall and doing a 9-point turn. We were still below 7 minutes 30. That's actually pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive indeed. So that was a cool event. So, the question now is, what events can we enter into in the... I want to enter events in the manufacturer's tour. There was no Jags, I remember that much. I don't think there was a GT race. Don't think there was. Yes, there it is. The Ford GT, which is our prize for the World Championship. See if there's any... Out of curiosity, what are the Ford races, assuming there are any? There's none. That answers that one. Dodge doesn't have any either. I doubt any of these will have any. Let's say Chevrolet have got the Corvette one, I think, which I think I've already done. Yep, so the Vette and the Camaros, they're done. What about the Chryslers? Oh, they do have a one-mate race. Oh no, it's the Crossfire Trophy. Right, okay, we're going to buy it. Meanwhile, what day are we on? Ugh. Look at that hideous, hideous car. Look at that hideous car. Ugh. But that doesn't look too bad. Then there's that, which is a prize car apparently. And then there's the 300C Hemi, which is actually a very good car. Oh, Celine, let's give it a try. Out of curiosity. They do have a one-mate race, okay. Ah, it's the S7 Club. So you have to get the Celine S7. It's the only car, but it costs $500,000 to buy. Wow. Okay, let's do it. Right, we can either have silver, which is boring, which looks awesome. That looks fabulous. And that looks boring. We're going bright. I love yellow. It's my favourite colour. Yes, that's right. You heard me right, people. I also need to double check the calendar. Now, before I do anything to this car, let's go and change the fuel. Before we do that, day 86. We're not quite there yet. In a few days, the special cars come available, and I want to see if I can get one of them. Depends on if I've got enough money. I might struggle with credits. Okay, I can get at least one of the cars. It's a question of how many, but we'll see. Because then I'll need to tune this car up. Won't need to do much to it. Tyres probably more than anything, to be honest. If we got some racing, put some racing mediums, I'll probably do it. And then... Can I do anything to the engine? Ah, yes, I can. I can spend 13,000 or 80,000. Oh, that puts it to 768. That'll do. It's only 13,000. That'll do. That's fine. So what I'll do is I'll quickly do a couple of races here, and then we'll see what days we're on. It might be a case that I can do all 5. And if I can do that, that'll be great. So we have the Circuit de la South, El Capitan, Special Stage Route 5, Suzuka Circuit, and Infinium Race. So that's pretty awesome. So we've got a nice variety of tracks here. But let's start at the Circuit de la South, and amazingly, 2 laps. This will be quite a long race. Yep, the Celine is a bit of a forgotten supercar. You're not wrong, actually. Yeah, it's the first version of South. So let's see how we do. We have a 2-point race for the A-Spec. So we are at the Circuit de la South in France. I actually once asked in the pub quiz that I did for work. I said, what event takes place every June at the Circuit de la South in France? And when it came to the answers, I went, if you put the Le Mans 24-hour, you get a point. If you put Le Mans, you get a point. If you put the 24 hours, if you put the 24 hours of Le Mans, you get a point. However, if you put the 24 Heures de Mans, because you are a huge anorak, you lose 5 points. And everyone just laughed. It actually feels quite nice to drive the Selena 7. I think it was a car that entered Le Mans a couple of times. It definitely entered the American Le Mans. I know that much, and I think it was in the main Le Mans alongside the forgotten French cars, Venturi. The Venturi LM Virus, whatever it was called. Interestingly, if you're interested in like forgotten cars, by the way, there's a video you can find on YouTube. It's only 5 minutes long. And it's called Le Mans 1994 Was Different. And it's basically a compilation of clips from the Le Mans 24 Hour in the 1994 event. And some of the stuff that happens is so bloody bizarre, and that is a massive overshoot on the braking point. Never mind. That's what the sand is there for. It stops us crashing. We'll stop a bit earlier next time. Yeah, let's brake at 200 because we're going far too fast in a road car. But I'd say it does handle very, very well, this car. I'm surprised at how well it handles. And I'm leaving the other S7s for absolutely dead. They are not keeping up. Wow, it accelerated beautifully out of that corner then. That was awesome acceleration. It just went straight out of the box. I say we're nearly 200 miles an hour in an American road car. That's awesome. This is a very good recommendation. Thank you very much, Joe. I'm enjoying this. Oh, I was enjoying it. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Can't cope with high downforce corners. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. And when I say that, I mean do not recommend hiring Swishbone as your driver. Don't do that. Hiring me as your driver is going to end very badly. You hire me to drive your car, expect to get it back as a 2-foot cube. And that's without the crusher. It won't even go into the crusher, it'll just go into a wall. Do you like your car to resemble an accordion? Hire Swishbone to be your driver. Are you a billionaire who has a fleet of expensive supercars? Don't know what to do with them and don't care if they come back to you totaled? Hire Swishbone. That's pretty much what my advertisement will be for racing services, people. It would not be inaccurate. I've only ever driven a car once, and it technically wasn't a car. I was in Thailand, and there was a theme park that was based around the Wild West. Rather cool, actually. And it had a load of stuff there, like, you know, a couple of basic rides, but it also had things like quad biking, and it had this kind of like off-road car thing. It was an automatic. And I'd never driven a car before. And they went, you want to go? And I went, I've never driven, I've not got a license. It's fine, you're not on road, you can drive. Yeah. I managed to avoid crashing by millimeters into a tree. It was at that point that I'm like, yes, I'm brave, but I'm also very, very stupid. And all you people in the audience are like, well, duh, tell us something we don't know. And you would be correct. That was back in 2017. That one I did. That was 5 years. No, just over 5 years ago, when I was in Thailand. Been there twice. 2016, 2017. I say, well, when it comes to travelling the world, I've actually been to quite a lot of countries, and it's awesome. And say, I do love travelling. There's something about like seeing new worlds and going to new places and just trying new things. Like leaning off the edge of buildings over 1,000 feet in the air, held up by nothing but 2 ropes. Yes, my Facebook feed did not have a heart attack when the photos came up were published that day. Oh no. Yeah, Joe, the people are very welcoming in Thailand. The only thing I will say is be careful where you are, because sometimes they have a few honey traps, as they're known, in certain neighbourhoods. Many of them aren't, to be fair. But most of the times I've been there in Thailand, it's been awesome. Yes, this has been a nice, relaxing wind-down race, this one, actually. It's not been much of a challenge. I've obviously made the car a bit too powerful for the opposition. The one thing that this game is missing, which was present in GT1, GT2, don't know if it was in GT3 or not, but that's the racing modification. I loved where you could buy any car and then pay money to have it completely stripped out and a unique paint job applied to it. It was a lot more powerful and usable. I always found it really interesting, like some of the cars you could do that to and what the results were. And it's a shame that that kind of like disappeared. I used to like the idea of taking a regular car as the base and then turning it into a main thing. Yep, I did enjoy amazing Thai food when I was out there. Absolutely extraordinary. It was awesome. Everything from their amazing Thai red curries to some really nice, like banana wrapped stuff. It was amazing, really cool. The only thing I will say is the beer out there wasn't brilliant. It was all stuff like Singha and Chang. Basically, weaker pilsners that you find in Europe. But then again, I don't drink these days, so it won't bother me. Went to some amazing natural spots as well. I went to a gigantic waterfall out near a place called Kampa Eng Pet. And no, that's not me speaking random Newcastle Geordie when I say that. It was actually a place called Kampa Eng Pet. Really cool place. Amazing waterfalls out there. Though I must say, when I saw Niagara last year, Niagara had it top trumped. That was something special. That's right, get out of my way. This is such a good fun circuit to drive. Absolutely awesome. So you've loved Asian culture all the time, have you, Joe? I've always found Asian culture kind of interesting. As I say, I've done Thailand, I've done China, I've done Japan. Amazing. Yeah, it would have been nice to have gone over the Rainbow Bridge. I agree with you there, Queen. It would have been awesome. But again, it's not just the passports, but you also needed the visa waiver, what's known as the ESTA, and that costs like $14. So essentially, like, as a UK citizen, like if I got my passport, I always carry it anyway because it's one of the biggest forms of ID when you're abroad. But we have like the relationship where you can pay to get on the border. Now, I don't know what's like for Canadians, but I think you needed the same thing to come back over the land border. I mean, technically we did go into USA anyway, thanks to the road bridge. The border with New York went through a V section in the middle of the waterway. So we technically went to America, even though we were in there for less than 20 seconds. So you can officially say that you have gone abroad. And if anyone doubts you, it's the truth. You didn't say you were there on holiday, you just say you've been abroad. I always use that when I say that I've been to countries that I've not really been to. Yes, I've been to Dubai. I spent my time in an airport before flying to China, but I've been to Dubai. I've been there. I would be omitting the fact that I've never gone through the security and actually gone into the city, gone into the country itself properly. That's not the point. I've still been there. It still counts. That was a nice little four-wheel drift then because of the bump in the road. Car handled it though, which is kind of cool. So I'm liking this car. It's good fun to drive. Surprisingly fun. I say the performance of it is beautifully balanced. For the price I paid, I'd expect a good car. But sometimes you buy a car of this kind of caliber and it's just not that great. Like the SLR McLaren isn't that hot in this game because it's too heavy. It's too front heavy, whereas this is more balanced. That's fair enough, yeah. Been to New York, didn't get outside the bus station, but they're still been to New York, yeah. Something like a mixtape, them didn't kind of thing. Oh, that didn't quite work, but I got away with it. Yeah, that's one of the things, one of the dangers of travelling. Thieves. You have to keep an eye on everything. You know, I'm sorry she had that happen to her, but hopefully nothing happened in terms of they didn't get it. But yeah, that's a very common thing. Even here in the UK, you know, you can't leave your bag exposed for more than 2 seconds. Well handled that from your sister there, absolutely queen. So never ever let anyone randomly offers to carry your gear, say no. It's like if anyone says, do you mind carrying this for me, say no. Do not make yourself an accomplice to crime, do not make yourself a victim. Yeah, that's a very common trick. That it's like the people like to do it all the time. When I was in France many years ago, I was on my way to Le Mans, ironically, but I came to Paris, and I was changing trains from the Eurostar, and I was on my way to Marseille so I could get the train to Le Mans. And while I was waiting for the train, some woman came up to me and just went, "You speak English?" And I just looked at her and I was about to speak, and suddenly this guy appeared. They just started speaking French to her and told her to fuck off pretty much. And I just looked at him confused, and he said afterwards, he said, if she'd have started talking to you, she'd have wanted you to start signing over things. Before you knew it, she'd have stolen your identity. And I was like, oh, well, thanks for the save, friend. And he went, don't worry about it. I kept hold of everything from that point forward. I thought, nope, not making that mistake again. That was 2014 when I went to the Le Mans 24 Hour. Bloody good event, actually. I loved it. It was awesome. Only when you stood at Tetra Rouge and watched one of the LMP1 cars go through it over 100 miles an hour do you realise how fast they are. Interesting description, Exitail. I can't comment on how accurate that is. I don't think I want to either, to be honest. Well, to be fair, they always say the best way to get close to someone is to make them think they're your friend. That's why so many fraudsters do those calls where they try to confuse people into sending them money in the post. Those wonderful scam call centres that we get. I had a phone call from one of them once. And they were there saying, "I'm calling from Microsoft. There's a problem with your Windows." To which I replied, "What do you mean? They open, they close. What do you mean there's a problem with my Windows? Yeah, you need to click on your Windows? Why? It's got a key lock. I don't need to click anything. What are you on about?" After a few minutes, he realised I wasn't talking about a computer and clicked off the line telling me to piss off. And I'm like, "You're the one who phoned me. I didn't phone you. Why are you acting like I've wasted your time? You're the one with nothing better to do than call me up, telling me I've got a problem with my Windows when it's perfectly fine. Why are you so surprised?" Well, that's not nice. I can tell you. Say someone who had that situation happen to them, be friendly, and they tried to nick the wallet. That's it's never good. That's horrible. It's like in this city circuit, this car. I must say, actually, I've got a piece of advice when it comes to pickpocketing. Unfortunately, I can't demonstrate it because I've got I've not got them with me. But if anyone out there has earbuds or AirPods and they have those little like plastic cases, whatever you do, never leave them in a pocket in your trousers, because what people can do is they can literally put the fingers underneath them on the outside and just push upwards, and the shape naturally pulls them out of your pocket into the palm of the hand. So if you have a pair of what they call the AirPods, or the Android ones, like the Galaxy Buds. If you've got one of those boxes, make sure you've got like a lock purse or a Ziploc pocket either on your trousers or in your bag, and put them there. Do not leave them in a regular pocket. Someone can just bump up next to you, and before you know it, they've just literally lifted them straight out of your pocket. I got that from a video on YouTube because there was a sleight of hand expert who was reviewing scenes involving pickpocketing and card tricks in movies, and interspersed with it, they did a few things with the staff members, and he pulled tricks like that on them and demonstrated it. And I looked at it and I'm like, whoa, thanks for the advice, bud. I'll be making sure I don't do that mistake. I got the Taken movies, they got stupid. It was like Taken 1, bit of a stretch. Taken 2, ridiculous. Then there was the film called The Passenger, or whatever it was, which was taken on a plane. And then finally they announced the third one, where I said, "You're taking the piss." It got stupid, that series. How that became a franchise, I don't know. Apart from that one iconic phone line said by Liam Neeson, there's nothing else special about those films. Yes, I said it. Come at me, people. Come at me in the chat. Say I'm wrong. Although, admittedly, to be fair, the most ridiculous thing about that film is that people wanted to follow U2 on tour. No one wants to follow U2 on tour. No one likes U2. That's the most ridiculous thing about that movie. Yes. I like your approach, Queen. Your opinion is a valid one where you respect it, whereas mine is you are entitled to your incorrect opinion. It was flippant comedy, Queen. I'm not gonna blame anyone for liking you too. To be fair, with the shit I listen to, I can't criticise anyone's music. I listen to the most syrupy, sugary idol pop in the world. I can't criticise anyone's music taste. And we're into the final lap here at special stage, Route 5. And we are way out in front. I respect your opinion, but you're wrong. The thing is, when it comes to opinions, they are very much like arseholes. We all have one, and they're usually full of shit. Why don't you see that as a quote of philosopher? I think, therefore I am. No. Opinions are like arseholes, and they're usually full of shit. That's way more important. That's way more philosophical and real. I mean, obviously, when it comes to being full of shit, there's no one more full of shit than me. Shit driving. That's definitely true. Right, is this the full circuit? This could be quite interesting if it is. It's 3 laps, so I reckon it is going to be. I reckon it's going to be the full circuit. It's unlikely to be the East Circuit. I doubt it's going to be the West Short Course either. Yeah, it is the full circuit. This could be fun. Let's go. And straight into the lead. We're in the lead. We're still in the lead. And this is where the sticky tyres that I've got on this car should help us. He says as he begins to drive off course into the sand. Because of course his mouth writes checks that it can't cash. Yep, told you. Writing checks that I can't cash. Feeling way too confident, carrying way too much speed, getting nowhere near the limit of the circuit. And the marshals are diving for cover because they're expecting me to go ploughing into their barricade at any moment. Yeah, I'm actually really impressed with this car. Getting to know it and driving it, I'm surprised at how grip it is. And it has plenty of performance. I wonder if this is going to be one of those weird tournaments where you unlock the same car you've used to drive it. Because that would be pointless, but we saw that with the 360 Top when we did that in the Subaru one, didn't we? The good thing is we've not yet unlocked the 2CV people. Oh yeah, the 2CV tournament. You all want to see me do that, don't you? It might have put up a chuckle, but if I was one of the marshals, I'd definitely have been diving for cover on that one. No amount of orange clover is going to save me from that. It's a very nice circuit to drive. It's very flowing. When you get the rhythm, it's beautiful. I remember when this game came out, everyone hated this circuit, and I'm like, why? Oh, it's impossible, it's not forgiving, and I'm like, it's a Formula 1 grade circuit, what did you expect? It wasn't going to hold your hand. Take some time, learn the circuit, you'll appreciate it so much more once you get it, once you understand it. And to my knowledge, it's still the only Formula 1 circuit that's had a figure of 8 configuration. I don't think there's any other circuit where the track goes both under and over itself. I don't know of any other. The closest thing to it, if you count it, is Abu Dhabi with its underground pit exit. But that's a stretch to say that. Oh, it's one of my absolute favourites. It's one of my favourite circuits in the world as well, Joe. You know, your opinion's very much agreed with as far as I'm concerned. It's always put on some great races, and it's always been a great challenge, no matter what type of car you drive. Whether you're driving a standard road car, a Le Mans prototype, a Formula 1 car, a road-going rally car, a go-kart, it's always a challenging circuit because it's just one of those ones that requires control and precision and confidence. You need to have the confidence to carry speed through it. I remember a clip once of Ayrton Senna taking a prototype version of the Honda NSX round here in absolutely dreadful weather, and he looked like he was having the absolute time of his life. He was like going, yep, car feels good and balanced. Guy in the passenger seat's like gone ghost white kind of thing, and he's just like treating it like a Sunday drive. So I'm having so much fun driving this car. This car is brilliant. 400,000 credits, very well, more like 500,000 credits, very well spent. Okay, there's a few mistakes I've made. Get over those mistakes though, and I could have some serious fun with this car. I'll say I've not weight reduced it, I've not changed the gears, I've not changed the brakes. So there's a lot more performance that this car has to give. So I'm driving a semi-stock car, only lightly tuned as well. So I reckon with the right tuning, this could become an absolute beast of a machine. And that's awesome. Oh. Nice drift through the 130R. It's not the way you're supposed to take that corner, but who cares? Yes, it's 9:33 apparently, according to that clock. And we're still won by quite a long way. They never had a chance. Why cross the line backwards? Because I have style, that's why. So that was the Celine S7 Cub, and I think we've now got one race left over at Infineon, I believe, Hermstay's Point. Yeah, there we are, Infineon Raceway. So let's put this one to bed. That's what we're going to do here tonight, oh yes. Cutting edge gaming here, people. Rolling start. Ugh. Never like rolling starts. Chase the rabbit as it's known. Immense grip. Oh, he's gone off the circuit. Well, too bad. Let's carry on. Say this car is kind of like half eating the corners here on this circuit. It's like just going, oh, that's a corner, cool. Next. Absolutely beautiful to drive. I'm finding so much grip in this car. I'm half tempted to take it for a lap around the Nordschleife just to see what see how it goes there. Because it feels like it's got a lot of pace, a lot of power, and a lot of grip. Fantastic all-round car. If it had entered the Laguna Seca endurance race in this car, it would have been even worse than when it entered in the Cadillac Cheyenne. It would have been an absolute demolition. It's just so beautiful to drive. You can like aim at the corners, but just like Walter Roll once said that when he was driving the Lancia 037, it was as comfortable as wearing his shoe, and he could literally say, "I do not want to lose 10 millimeters in this corner," and the car obeyed. And it's feeling like that here today. I'm feeling like I can just aim for the corner and have the confidence I'll get around it some way or another. It's like it sorts itself out. It's beautiful. Even when its tail's hanging out like that. Maybe it's this circuit, maybe it's just properly suited to it, but I'm just having a load of fun driving it. It's not much of a race, the opposition aren't even close to me, but that's not the point. I'm not here to try and win a close race, I'm here to dominate, I'm here to win. See, it's just like devouring the corners, and the acceleration out of it is just superb. This is a car I slept on. I must have had this car back in the day and just forgotten driving it. I'm actually really impressed at how well it drives. It's possible that even by ripping out some of the like weight of the car, and upgrading it to the max, that this could potentially give some races that it's not really supposed to have a chance in a run for its money. Like the GT World Championship, for example. I wouldn't seriously do it. There's not much point. We've already won the title. We've seen the title credits at the end, haven't we? So there's not much point. But it's just an idea. It's the kind of car that these people who do these challenges, where they try not to upgrade the cars or only use cars from a certain country and things like that, as a way around it. I mean, we're not going to lap the field, but we're well clear of them. At the moment, anyway. Oh, beautiful drift. Too little grip there, because I went too close to the sand. The tyres don't like the sand. Slick tyres on sand, you're not going to find much grip there, let's be honest, people. Around about half a lap ahead already after only 3 laps, people. This is an absolute pasting. They've not come close. And that's okay. Yeah, let's go on the alternate layout because we can. The layout that's not used in the game. There's also that mysterious open fence back there I've just noticed. I reckon it'll be an invisible wall you can't drive through, but maybe one day I'll have to go and see if there's anything back there. Just because we can, people. Just because we can. We put the race at Grand Valley in the back with the rearview mirror, and now we've done the Celine S7 Club. So the question is, what's our prize car going to be? I'm guessing a Celine S7. Unless there's a very ultra rare missing car. Let's see. Oh! It's a car that I thought was a licensed test exclusive car. Ladies and gentlemen, this in 2004 was the car of the future. And even though it's now officially a year since this car was apparently made, it doesn't exist for real. It was the first real Vision Gran Turismo. Well, it's got to be done, people. We've got to take it for a ride. We have to. It's obligatory. It's the way we do things here. We're now at 59% completion. Meanwhile, days-wise, we are at 692. I think I'm still too early. I think I need to do another couple of days. So, let's see if we can find it. The Nike 1. There it is. It's 4-wheel drive, and it is a car of the future. And from memory, this has one of the strangest driving positions I've ever seen. So let's show it to you. Here we are. It's our test track. Yeah, that's fine. So there's another 2 in-game days before they become available to me. So that's perfectly fine. Right, okay. That's the driving position, people. Check it out. He's laid down forwards. We have an air brake. Look at those tyres. Check it out. We are officially a Tron car driver, people. It's the light cycle from Tron, revolutionised. And what's really weird is how the rear tyres are nearer to the back wing than the front tyres. But we have an air brake, and we're drifting on tyres which don't make much sense, to be honest. Yes. The visions of the weird continue to grow here, people. What a car. What a strange machine this is. With the vacuum sound intensifying, you're not wrong there, Joe. You're really not wrong at all. Some nice drifting going on here as well in this car. This must be terrifying to drive. You're lying face forward. Almost like you're on a motorcycle, except you're not. Because like, it's practically, you're almost, it's somewhere between a motorcycle and a horse in your position that you're riding. Like a horse at full gallop. Still look very impressive going through the corkscrew there, doesn't it, people? And some nice drift action as well. And it's still not slow in terms of lap time. I'm quite impressed by the lap time. Oh, well, I was, but now we're off road. The fans are blowing the air horns at this amazing technical display. And there it is. That's the Nike One 2022. What a machine. Where's I put it on the board? Well, amazingly, it's ahead of the Toyota Triathlon. So it's actually ahead of one of the other Vision Gran Turismo cars, and it's only 4 seconds slower than the Cizeta V16, which has nearly 400 more brake horsepower. It's only 8 seconds slower than the Chevy Corvette. I'm quite impressed, to be honest. Yep, Dyson would indeed be proud. What a machine that is, the Nike One. So I thought I'd lost that car forever because it actually is in the license test. And it said you can only win this car once. Wrong, you can win it more than once. So we have one more day. So with that in mind, because it's one more day, what I want to do is I'm going to take, I did say I wanted to see how it would do. I'm going to take the Selena 7 onto the Nordschleifer. I want to see just how fast this car is. And then after that, we can look in the place to try and get a few cars. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to buy, but I'm going to try them anyway. You think the Cizeta really sucks, eh, Joe? It's certainly not setting the record books alight, it must be said. Again, looking at the Nürburgring Nordschleifer, our part time is 7:26 in the Auto Union V16. Just how much better, potentially, is the Selena 7? Let's see. Bear in mind, we are on racing medium tyres, so we should outperform it because we've got much better grip. That felt very nice indeed. I mean, I did say one time in the past I should have brought the Ford Model T round here. That would be funny, except it'd take about 20 minutes. And I don't think you want to see me trying to drag that car along this circuit for 20 minutes. If you do, I'll do it, but I don't see why you'd want to. Car nearly took off then. I had to really work hard to wrestle that back under control. Problem with this car is when it gets unsettled by bumps, it really struggles for grip. As you saw then, I had to really wrestle the car back in position, but it's still fun to drive. Oh, so I mean, I felt the grip going when it got unsettled by the bump. I had to ride it as best I could. Now we're on the grass. We're never going to go fast there. Not unless we're in a rally car, and even then they're not designed for grass. They're more designed for dirt and gravel, with a bit more grip in them. Yeah, the Cesetta wasn't the most fun to drive, but we managed to win a race. Managed to win quite a difficult series with it at least, so can't complain too much. Yeah, this is proving very, very adaptable. This car. That's what I like about it. It's adaptable to drive. Here goes the power. This is where we open up the taps and go as fast as we can. Yeah, until we get a bump which throws us into the wall. The big Achilles heel for this car is a bumpy road. On the bumps, it's not very good. It doesn't handle them well. However, the time is good. We're in a very good position. We're aiming to actually go into the carousel, and we're taking it so tight we're not even on the bank corner. Interesting. That's a racing line that you're not supposed to take, that, people. Go over the top of the field here. Here we go. Not bad at all. Yep. Making sure I damped the brakes there purely because of the bump. Didn't want to get thrown off into the sand. Yeah, this is the part of the circuit I was absolutely dreading, because keeping it stable then was so challenging. But we made it through, so now we're on the other side. Oh yes, we're way ahead of the Auto Union time. What I want to see is just how fast this time is compared to something really good. Remember, the lap time for the unmodified DTM Mercedes in the license test was 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Can we get close to that in the Salina 7? Well, considering we're already at 210 miles an hour, which is very, very fast for a road car. It's looking very good. We might even be way ahead of that time here. We're going to smash it. Oh, we're going to absolutely decimate it. Wow, 6:33. That's pretty impressive. Nearly a minute faster. Admittedly, part of that was taken because the Auto Union was facing the wrong direction, but so was the Celine at one point. The Celine was in the same position. So, we are at that point where we might be able to buy some classic cars. Let's start by going to the first used car showroom. So the car lineup has been updated, and I'm looking at the credit amounts because this will tell me. And the answer is yes. There are 2 cars available here from the early 90s, but they are pretty pricey and they're not quite the cars I want. But the Mazda 787B, look at that. Isn't that a thing of beauty? All in black, stealth lineup, beauty of a machine. Won the Le Mans 24-hour in 1991, so of course it is mine. I am buying it. Fun fact, I'm going to do the trick involving the oil here, and you'll actually see it genuinely change the oil. Watch this. Look at the colour of that oil. It is gunky and nasty. Let's change that. Also, have you noticed the typo? Their favourite car washed and cleaned. It's not got the E in cleaned. It's got clean D. Clean D, not cleaned, clean D. But that's not the only car we're buying. Sounds like a very good tip, that, Joe. Let's see how much that will cost, because that's going to factor in whether I'm going to be able to buy another car or not. You'll be in the other section, I believe. There's 50,000 credits. I can do that. I can afford that. So that's one car. I have enough credits to buy another. I want 2 of them. What's in showroom 2? I'm looking for the figures. No, oh, they're too expensive. Wow, they're nearly 3 million credits. I ain't going to afford those. Not unless I sell some cars. Then there's a historic showroom, which has a big fat nothing. So if I want those, if I can get the Nissan R93 CP, which isn't great, to be honest, it's not brilliant. But the Nissan R392 would be worth it. So the question is, can I raise enough money? Well, I can't buy it just yet. Just yet being the key word. Let's have a look. Let's see if there's anything I can sell that could be an easy way of making some money back. I mean, what I could do right now if I wanted to is I could put in the cheat for 10 million credits. I could do that. I could do that, people. The question is, should I? Should I be a dirty, rotten cheat? Should I look up the cheat for the 10 million credits so I can get all the cars and show them all off to you all, skipping the grind? Should I do it? Or should I try and win the Toyota Raid RSC Raid car multiple times to sell that on and grind it? Because let's be honest, it's no different. It really isn't. I say we do it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. We'd be able to have all the cars, be able to do what we want. And besides, it purely is to get cars that take literally years to come available. That's the issue. Let's see. Ah, that's not going to work. Ah, hang on. No, that's wrong. And there we go. Yeah, 700 days is too long. So let's do what... Instead of using microtransactions to do it, let's skip the grind. We can have them all. Just like that. Look at that. Isn't that an awesome looking car? Let's take another look at it. Spirals round the back. It almost looks like a stealth fighter. It's beautiful. What a machine. And it's mine. And yes, I will get in that car now. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify these. Well, you're not wrong. People probably did that back in the day, to be fair, Joe. People probably did randomly rage smash the buttons and get codes. I did like the GT one, I must admit. I love the fact that I think it was in Gran Turismo 2, you could unlock it from the license test, but you had to get all gold in the S license. But yes, instead of waiting 700 days, just give yourself 10 million credits and buy them all that way. Because people literally did the grind for the GT with the RSC Raid car, and it took a long time. It was worth it, but it took a long time. Right, while I'm here, I'm going to upgrade this car, because this car is one that we could actually use. Yes, GT2 had some extremely pain in the arse months to gold, you're not wrong. Get some fresh tyres, some super hards. We're probably going to need them. And I get the feeling all of that's going to be done, but we might be able to put a turbo in it. Yes, I would like 1100 brake horsepower, thank you very much. I definitely want that. I want that now. So now that that one's been bought and secured, let's get the other one. Let's be a baller. I am the world champion. I am worth it. I'm buying them. This car is not as good. It's nice looking, but it's not that great. So I'm not bothering to upgrade this one yet, because I'm unlikely to use it. Oh, I didn't mean to get into the car. Never mind. No big deal. And now we will buy the older ones in showroom 1. Because there was another one up here. It was the R92. Yes. That looks like a nice car in stealth mode as well, it must be said. Very cool looking design. I will upgrade this one, because this one could come in handy at some point as well. The R89 CP could be retired for a bit. It's earned a break, that car. Let's just fix the rigidity for now. That's all I'm going to do. But then I'm going to get back in the GT2. The GT1, sorry, even. Because I want to test how that drives. I want to see how it feels. Because I've not driven that car in a very, very long time. There it is. 1100 brake horsepower. And a very fast machine. So let's take it to the usual test circuit. See how it handles Mazda's Laguna Seca. Oh, listen to that engine, people. Sounds very, very nice indeed right now. And it feels very, very quick. This sounds very, very cool indeed. Oh, gone too deep there. We're going through the sand, people. We're taking the shortcut. I got on the brakes too late. Nothing to do with the car, that was me. It's all about knowing the track, which I don't know right now, but this is a very quick car indeed. It feels very nice to drive, actually. I like that. That was good fun. Nice. And it's gone straight to the top of the charts because it's way faster than the Jag, so that's not really much of a surprise, to be honest. It's instantly gone straight to the top of the board, seconds quicker than anybody else because, well, what did you expect? It's a car which is way, way superior to anything else. So, the big question is... I can't really use it in anything, I don't think. I've done all these events already. Oh, there's events here I haven't done. There's events here I've missed. I don't believe it. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I am flabbergasted at that. Right, cars from the 90s, which are Japanese. I'm sure I've got a few. No, not that page. Not that page either. No. Toyota Celica rally car. Has to be a normal car, I believe, so it can't be that. I've got... No, it's another rally car. The Super Touring, I don't think that'll count either. I'm sure I've got a car. I must have a car from that era. I must. Ah! The GTR LM road-going version. That'll do. It's a road-going car. There's no reason it shouldn't be allowed. Production cars only. Right, let's make things a bit easier. We'll just choose Japan. How frustrating is that? It has to be a production car. It can't be a limited one. It's going to be production. Ironically, I've not got a single car. I've not got a single one. I'm sure I must have lost one of my cars in a save data crash. I had a Nissan 240R, I think it was. Right, in that case then, what can I use as a production car from either the 60s or the 70s or the 80s? I've got to have one. There's got to be one. Give me a car. Any car. I mean, I've got the EOS, and I've also got the 240Z, which might be a good start. Go on, then we'll try the Datsun 240ZG. We'll go in the 70s race. We'll wind the clock back, people. We will wind back the clock to the 1970s. So, welcome back to the 70s. And the smooth sound of the Nissan 240Z. Yes, when cars were angular and they leaned like an old barge. But we are in the lead. We are somehow in the lead. This car feels so weird. Oh god, the body dip on that engine from wow. Yes, cars from this era were nowhere near as refined. The suspension had a lot of travel for it, shall we say. It's amazing what you find when you go looking. I thought I'd done all these events, but evidently not, which is rather frustrating. But there's also the Compact Cup, and I'm interested in what cars will qualify for that. It's just a wee bit slower than the GT1, Joe. Yeah, just a little bit. It's only got like 900 less horsepower. It's fine, don't worry about it. Still, at least we're on the 80s version, so it's not as slow. There we go, cornering at 90 miles an hour. How awesome is that in a car from the 70s? Yes, that's the car. It looks a bit of a mess, to be honest. Riding on bumper view. I like the fact they've actually got reflections in the mirrors, though. If you look there, you can actually see in the wing mirrors, they actually do have live reflections. That's kind of impressive, because Grid Autosport on the Xbox 360 did not have functioning mirrors in cockpit view. But if you drove the 787B, all you got was a static shot. And that was a game released 8 years after this. So I'm actually quite impressed by that the mirrors actually function. So this was a great circuit to attend when I went to the 6 hours of Fuji in 2015. Toyota, Porsche and Audi having a fantastic battle. It was awesome. Cheap as well. I was surprised at how cheap it was. It was nowhere near as expensive as I thought it would be. Right, we can just hold on the accelerator here, people, as we watch ourselves crawl closer to the line. And a very impressive victory for the 240 ZG. One of the oldest cars in the field, but it packed an absolute punch and won very comfortably, 12 seconds clear after just 2 laps. Yes, 2,000 credits. Yes. We'll finish this tournament, and I think that's where we will be looking to wrap things up for tonight. Having won the 70s Classics, that's what we're going to be doing. But we still have some more tournaments to do on the next time we play this game. The poll is still active for those of you who want to get in there. There's still a chance to influence the result. I will be announcing it as the stream ends, so we will be finding out what our new game for the rotation will be. And there's plenty of options up there, and they've all been receiving a little bit of love, apart from one. Because I think few people here knew what it was. Maybe in the future we'll do that game anyway. But for now, let's get ourselves into it. Give it a slipstream, you Mirage car. So we're Autumn Ring Mini. Chasing down a classic Skyline. Oh, it's a classic Honda Civic from way back in the day. Who says you have to stay to the rules of the circuit? Anything to gain an edge, right, people? But yes, this takes me back to the days of playing Gran Turismo 1, trying to find cut in the corners for the Autumn Ring Mini. Of course, Gran Turismo 1 had a feature which was not brought back until Gran Turismo 3, and has not been in the series since. The fact you could qualify for any race. Start on pole position, give yourself a great chance to win. Oh yeah. Feel the speed, people. Isn't this thrilling racing here at the end of the stream for you all? Let's go third person for the final lap. Riding on board with a 70s classic in the blurriest, haziest vision of the 70s. Break out the David Bowie records, people, because we are coming home. This feels painfully slow compared to the cars we were driving before, people. The slowdown is real here. Right on board with the actual bumper view for the final time. Riding on board on the bonnet. The view from the driver's cockpit apparently. And across the line. The 79 three-door Civic did not hold a candle to the 240 ZG from 71. What's next? Where are we going? Probably to the not-so-high-speed ring. No, we are going to Spa Circuit. This could be interesting. We're driving in very old-school cars on a very small track. This is where overtaking opportunities are going to be tricky, so we may struggle on this one, depending on what we get. And here we go. And the computer doesn't drive into the slipstream like an idiot, so we lose precious seconds there catching up to the back of the pack. Still, we're past the Honda Civic straight away. Look at the body lean on my opposition's cars, as they're all trying to find grip, trying to stop themselves from turning over. I do love those classic designs on the front headlights though. They're so cool, almost iconic. But this is where, despite my car's pace, I'm simply not catching up. However, I'm now closer to them, so that's good. There's some kind of old school Toyota from the 1970s. So we're in the lead. Can we stay there? That's the question. With this being quite a slipstream friendly circuit, this might be a bit of an ask, but we'll do what we can. Managed to avoid scrubbing too much speed off there, which is good. And if I can get just enough ahead, the slipstream might not be effective for them. And that could make all the difference. Yeah, devoured the inside corner, scrub less speed, maximum use on the outside, and we are through. We're going to see this tournament through to the end, people. That's how we're going to finish tonight. We're going to finish with a blast from the 1970s. An era where even I wasn't born. Looks like the other 240Z's got past the Toyota Celica, but it's too little too late. We're coming home strong, people. Nicely parked. Oh! Ow! Right up the backside. He wanted quite a little bit of my tailpipe then, it must be said, people. He went straight for it. So we have... Oh, no. The driving park. Oh, this could be interesting. This could be very silly indeed. And we're doing the reverse layout this time. This one's a 10-point race, interestingly. So they don't think I got much hope here. We'll find out, won't we? Oh, this is the same layout we always do. Yes, we're back in the shoebox, people. I like the fact the computer just took the foot off the gas for me for no reason, then. This is good. We're already up to second place. He's going to go off circuit if he's not careful. And I carried more speed through that corner, so this is a great chance now. Might not be a chance here, but it will be at the top of the hill with any luck. He's offline. This is good. The 280Z versus the 240ZG. We're closely matched. His car's slightly more modern. I'm feeling a bit more old school in my driving now. And we're in the lead for now. So it's up to us now. Now it's up to me. Oh, yes. Handled that corner beautifully. 2 more laps to go. Gone a bit wide there, but we might be able to use the wider line to get more speed out the corner via acceleration. And that's worked an absolute treat. Oh, dear. Dropped too much speed then. Luckily, it appears so did he. Or she, whoever's driving the car. I reckon we'll have 2 laps of Trial Mountain to finish, maybe 3. If it goes any more than that, I'll be surprised. It's quite a big circuit, Trial Mountain. Excellent, that's good. That was a better ride through that corner then. Say hi to the marshals there behind the board. No, we've not been hit this time. We got away with it. So we have one more race, and then after that we will see what our prize car is, and we will end for the evening. Yes, it's been more than 4 hours, people. Thank you all very much out there so far. We've been sticking with it. The endurance race was a bit of a slog, but once we got through that, we've had some serious fun with some classic cars and some weird Vision concept cars too. It's been a variety stream in the best way possible. So, let's hit Trial Mountain. We have 2 laps. I was correct. I didn't think it'd be much more than that. The classic circuit has been in, I think, pretty much every Gran Turismo game, apart from maybe GT Sport, if you count it. We have a grid start. That's awesome news. And the fans in Oregon, USA have gone mad as the Japanese cars have invaded to support their event. From 6th to 2nd by the first corner. Can't get much better for a start than that. And then into the lead. Thank you very much. Good night, Vienna. Game over. Later. Such a classic circuit, this. Iconic. One of the great originals. Let's say hi to the monkey that's hiding up in the tree there. Top left, just above continue. Or the marsupial, or the, I don't know. You guess what it is, I don't know. Extreme cutting of the corner there because the game lets you do it. Many consider it even the racing line. As we've gone back to the 1970s. Handled that beautifully then. That corner did not mess around. Two guys in the boat because why not? Must be a good lake to go fishing in maybe. And now we are on towards the quick chicane kink. That is so sorely missed in GT7. Them cutting that is absolutely soulless. Oh yeah. So here we go. Down the very, very long straight. This takes forever. Yes, Tyre Pod, I've smashed it. Well, this race is not yet over, so until we get to the end, let's not count our chickens. I have celebrated early and been badly punished for it on past streams. I don't want to be doing that again. Yeah, beautifully taken. No messing around there. Way clear of my nearest rival, and then we're coming into the chicane. Aim to have practically 4 tyres off on the inside, and then straight line the bin, and boom, boom, boom. Backwards over the line. So a quick 360 donut for the audience. And then 13 seconds later, they crawl in behind me. Oh, yes. So, unexpected championship found. We have ticked it off. And there is more in the Japanese form that we're going to need to finish on the next part of this. But first of all, what is our prize car? Probably going to be some really, really slow car from the 70s. Or the 50s. It's a Skyline hardtop from 1970. Unfortunately not Toyota Pop, because it had to be a car from the 70s, and the Toyota Pop was in 2005, I think, or 2008. So unfortunately it wouldn't have been eligible, sorry to say. But yes, the classic Skyline is ours. We own a classic Nissan. Beautiful. The Hakaska, yes. But you say, so we've still got the Japanese Compact Cup where you need to be 4,000 millimeters or less. It's a championship, that one, so that could be quite interesting. So, that is the end of that tournament. We are now at 59.9% completion. Oh, yeah. Now, I'm going to end tonight's poll, and with the ending of the poll, I can confirm that the winner of the game, which is next to the rotation, will take us back to the Xbox 360 as we were playing a very unusual game, which is Alice Madness Returns. That will be coming probably next week or maybe the week after, depending on what the schedules are going to be. On Monday night, we will be blasting back into Tokyo in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Well, until then, thank you all very, very much for watching. And cheat code go boo.